You damn right it's early. Steve just jelly. Yo, how's it going, everyone? Welcome back to another stream. It's been a while, hasn't it? Look, Steve. I was on time. That stream came live like 5 minutes before I'm supposed to go live. You're supposed to have like a little intro, a little prelude for people to come in. Don't do me dirty like that. As we all know, Gears of War 2026. Hey, tell us. How's it going, everyone? Happy New Year to everyone. Hope you've had an amazing time off, amazing break, and what's going on over the past few days? See, Chille knows, see, right there. He saw it says 750. I bet now Steve's going to come up with some form of conspiracy saying that the ponies stick together. But I'll have you know that he is a pony. Hey, David, how's it going? Zano, thank you for that super sticker. 2025, he says. Snowstorm made everything nasty. Mate, we had a blizzard here in the UK. Yeah, that seems a little better. I finally got my new pair of glasses over Christmas and the New Year, and I can't settle on which one I'm more comfortable with, the distance ones or the close range ones. My eyes are still having a very, very horrible time adjusting. So how's everyone been? I saw Destin has left IGN. Big news. Good on him. Choosing the independent life. Chille's birthday. Happy birthday, Chille. Punkalicious. Oh, it's in a few weeks? Oh, happy early birthday then. Still happening here. Good reason to avoid the office. To be fair, you are in Liverpool. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. It's nasty. That's what it is. It nasty. No one like that controller. No one be liking that controller. I mean, chat, just look at it, right? Just look at it. That ain't it. That nasty. Like, who asked for it? Although it does look smaller than the PS5 controller. At least ergonomically, it looks better. So pretty. Oh. Hey, bullets. It's even Cesano knows what it is. Gaming, I am in the forest. Suki Hotai. I've pretty much completed the story there. I think I've got 10 relics to collect and about 4 hotspots to collect. I had to put it down for a few days because I needed to catch up on something else. But I'm almost there. I think after that it's just a couple of short areas and then you finish. Yeah, I don't know. I find this location just totally wrong. It is not the correct location. By the way, when is the Xbox CES happening? When is Valve and Xbox getting on stage? I'll exchange you for this. Here's a Merry Christmas to you. Who knows, Chille? You could become the next internet sensation. You could blow up YouTube. All you need to do is say that you switched from PS5 to Xbox, and that's it. You become internet sensation #1. You know it makes sense, Chille. Join the green side. You know it makes sense. Plus, we also have your favorite game. And more. Oh, I'm not getting into it. Steve. What's up, PS5 blows? Look, Devin the Ponies here already. Yeah, Devin, how's those 3 copies of Concord doing for you? Hey, Sanchez, how's it going? Why so serious? I have no idea. Rip 4090 Chaos? I mean, is it rip though? I mean, the 4090 is still a good graphics card. The 4070 has to use multiple frame generation in order to kind of do the same performance, whereas the 4090 does it native without any of that. So if you introduce frame generation and stuff like that, it will push ahead of even the 40, maybe even the 5070 Ti. I'm not so sure if it's RIP 4090, but once you go to the 5080s and the 5090, then it's RIP 4090. I mean, honestly, when I was looking into it today when I was working and just looking at the details and stuff, and honestly, you're only gonna see like an improvement like from the 4090 once you get to like the 5080s, the £1,000 mark. I don't have a 4090. I have a 3090 Ti, which will be handed down to my kid when if I get a new graphics card. We don't sell to our partners and children in this family. We hand them off as gifts. Oh, that was brilliant. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Was it Tom Warren that actually did that? I think it was Tom. That was brilliant. that was like the perfect homage to it. Oh, some new news from. Oh damn. Okay, we can look at that as well. Where is it? Tom with the breakdown, but now 4090 is still solid. I'm looking at the 9950 X3D though. That looks kind of sweet, but even that has a. Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it. So it's this one here. Let me make sure I've got my desktop audio on. I believe I have. So let's see. I hope it's not too loud. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, that was brilliant. I like that. I mean, that's the other thing, right? The 5070 has 12 gigs, whereas the 4090 has like 24, I think, or is it 32? Sure, buddy. Ah, that one. Okay. So this is the one he's talking about. This is what Chille's talking about. I mean, I think that's pretty much as accurate as you're gonna get. Yeah, the TI will probably be a step up. Of course, the updated version of the frame gen. That is what they're relying on. Clearly, what everyone should be doing is building reactors so they can, you know, power that 5090. That's what it's all about, right? Move over, SLI. We need 4 times the power with these graphics cards. Run a quad SLI setup. I mean, look, let's look at it realistically, right? At $500, it's a good card. No matter how you look at it, for $500, that's a good card. You know, if you add like £80 for a motherboard, another £80 for some RAM, £80 for a power supply, that's 240. You've pretty much now built a PC at the price of a PS5 Pro that shits all over the PS5 Pro. It's now actually possible to get the 4090 spec on your PC at the price of a Pro. Nvidia done it. It doesn't matter how they got there or what magicry or trickery they need to use to do it. The fact is, they've got there. I mean, I wouldn't say their claim is false because they said it's the same performance. It will give you the same performance. And theoretically, it will. What they're not telling you is that it's going to give you the same native performance. Now, if they said it's going to give you the same native performance, then they'd be lying. But they omitted certain words. And as Steve said, it's all PR fluff. Yes, it will look really nice. Yes, it's going to run really nice, but it won't run native. Plus, early driver support is going to suck balls. It always does. So anyone jumping into the 50 series day one, outside of, the scalpers are going to be all over these left, right, and center. But driver support generally for the higher end models like the 5090 is going to suck. But that tech demo they showed was really nice, right? That tech demo was good. It looked real good. NVIDIA app is still bugged. It was working for me. Well, at least when I updated. So apparently, according to, the actual grifters, as they like to call themselves, the Griffies, this game looks trash. Because apparently platforming now is bad. It was good for Astrobot, but platforming since Astrobot has gone bad again. What is going on? People are so weird. AMD has kind of gone mid-gen. Well, not mid-gen, but I mean, you can get the top-end models, but I don't feel like they're in the same league as the top-end NVIDIA cards. I don't think that's what they're going for anymore, because that's not the cards that sell the most. Like, let's be realistic, the 5070 is going to sell like hotcakes. Regardless of the marketing or not, it is going to fly off the shelves. The 70 Ti is also going to be sold relatively well. The 5080 is where it starts to slow down, and the 5090 is going to be for the enthusiasts. Hey, Rebby. I don't know, the cards... Well, why so serious? In this day and age, we will never know if they're going to sell. And I'll tell you why. Because, number one, they're going to provide a short supply. They're going to provide a low supply of the cards. The scalpers are going to bot the crap out of them anyway. So the chances of anyone actually getting one that actually genuinely wants one is low anyway, because the scalpers are already ready to go at the drop of a hat. And because of the low supply that they're going to have at launch, it's going to make it look like the demand is way greater than it actually is. So I stand by you. Right now, in this day and age, you can't really tell how big the demand is. That's my problem with it. It's like I was telling Viper, I think we were chatting earlier today, or was it yesterday? I can't remember. I've been really tired lately. But at this point, depending on the price of the 5080 compared to, well, not the price, but the price of the 4090, if it's cheaper than the 5080, I might be tempted to go 4090 instead and just stay a generation behind. You're only missing out on the multi-frame generation, and let's face it, frame generation has sucked anyway. It adds so much latency, and I don't like it. So I avoid frame generation at all costs, even when given the choice. Rabbi, I'm good, thank you. How are you? Yeah, the only problem with the 5080, in my opinion, is the VRAM. You know, the 16 gig on there is just not enough. I think it should have had 24 gig. The 5080, I still think it should have been 24 gig. Or at least 20. 16 seems a little low. I know it's DDR7, but it's still a bit low. I think they clearly tried to hit a certain price point with the 5080, and so they made some sacrifices. So the 5080 Super, that's going to come along later on, that's going to be the one with the 20 gig or the 24 gigabytes of VRAM. And that one's going to be the £1,400 one. But they clearly tried to hit a price point with the 5080 to make it more appealing. And so they hit it with a 16 gig. And you know, for most people, they're going to see the 5080 and go, "Oh my god, that's an amazing price," and it is, to be fair. But the VRAM is still a little bit questionable. At least that's for me. Look at us all being so technologically sophisticated since Wukong and their RAM limitations. Man, I cannot believe the drama that went on with Wukong. That was insane. Tarnish the 4080 is still a good card. And honestly, I think I think it might have been he's not here today, but someone I talked to in chat off talked to that's usually in chat but offline is a gaming prophet. Also, some of you may know him as Bruno. But we were talking about the graphics cards in general. And you usually see a technological leap every 2 generations. Like the 2 series was a technological leap. The 3 series improved on the 2. Then the 4 brought in ray tracing. The 5 improves on the 4. And then 6 will be the next technological leap. So going from 4 to 6 probably is the smarter play. You're likely to see a bigger technological jump at that point. Why so serious? RAM war? More like a galactic war. It was crazy. Everyone came out of their bedrooms and caves and shit and talking about how they actually know what a computer is and components are. Hey, damn good. I'm good, man. How's you? What's up, Rebby? Yeah, I'll show it in a bit, Rebby. I mean, it's Chaos Prime with a space. If anyone else that wants to add me, feel free. Hey, look, Sanchez, we've already seen the magical SSD in action. We know how this works. We know the language used here. The prophesized one has landed. Oh. Oh, for sure, Tarnish. The 4080 is still a good card. Still a great card, actually. You know, and it handles path tracing perfectly well. I'll give Oh man. But yeah. So apparently, as of April, Steam Valve is finally allowing you to install Steam OS on any device. So if you have an Asus ROG and you're for some reason wanting to give up Game Pass on there, you can install Steam OS on there. Or just be like any other normal person and install Bazite, which is basically a Windows overlay, and it works perfectly fine. My Xbox tag is Chaos Prime. It's a good thing you guys can't send pictures through the Xbox stuff, because that would be very dangerous. Man, the Switch 2 has had everything leaked by now. They might as well just reveal the damn thing. The Switch 2 isn't. Mate, the best ones I see so far are the ones that are still capping for pisser. So what do you think of Xbox Prime? I don't know if it's true or not. I kind of like the name because it goes with my gamer tag. It kind of works. Chaos Prime, Xbox Prime. Clearly, there's some. Clearly, the heads of Microsoft might not be contacting me, but they clearly are taking influence from my gamer tag. I mean, every household, JB, has like 10 switches, so no worries, Robbie. I'll check it out after the stream. It's like I mean, look, Xbox always released their console in November's, right? We've known 2026, November. Is it really a leak to assume that it's going to be launched alongside, Call of Duty? Rabbi, I will after the stream. No. Clearly they took it from Chaos Prime. Let's get that straight, Sanchez. I'm taking full credit for this one. I mean, they could just easily go just Xbox 5 or Xbox 6, right? Just make it Xbox 6 and everyone's happy. Very simple. There's no confusion here because apparently people get very confused between Xbox One X and Xbox Series X. The problem with the PlayStation 5 Pro, the big problem with it, is that it just didn't launch with anything to showcase its worth. Right? When the PS5 Pro launched, it needed to launch with a game that showed off its graphical power. Even if it was just a technical demo of sorts that can, it's a 5-6 hour game, 10-hour game, 15-hour, whatever it is. Just something that can show off its technical power. And they didn't do it. So then now you've got games actually suffering because the older games aren't reacting well to it. And I'm guessing the developers probably didn't have as much time to work with it. I mean, sure, it does boost those PS4 games. Yay! See why so serious? We're on the same thing. Pragmata has just disappeared, Rabbi. I have no idea where that is. There is nothing. It won't appear at the developer direct. That's an Xbox thing. Pragmata is a multi-platform game, so that's not going to be there. But I'm really curious as to where Pragmata has disappeared to. It's just gone. But yeah, showing off PS4 games is like, my buddy, the Series X has been doing that for quite some time now. With FPS boost and, making games just look better. Catch up, buddy. true, but that was because of their partnership with Square Enix uh, strengthening. You are not late. So we've got the Legion Go as well. This is a little smaller than what we're used to, but what do you think of the Legion Go? Its official price is $499. It's actually a really good entry point. Uh, Sanchez, I've heard that as well, and I've heard that from friends who, are in the industry still. That Astrobot was supposed to be free with the PS5 Pro, but then Sony decided that they wanted to charge for it, and that's how it came out as a full release. But it was technically supposed to be for the Pro. It was supposed to be bundled with it. Sanchez, I've been saying that for ages. One of the biggest missed opportunities for Starfield was the fact that there is no co-op. Even co-op at this point would be good. Hopefully it will, Rabbi. Hopefully it will. Yeah, that's what I'm wanting to know, JB. I don't know. I don't actually know when he's supposed to talk, and I would like to know when he's supposed to talk, because hearing him talk would be good, because I want to see what he's got to say. Where is... Hey, Crystals, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Welcome to Team Chaos, where all your dreams come true. Chris right now trying to figure out how to get that refund real quick. Chris be like, refund, abort, abort, abort. It was a mistake. But yeah, Starfield co-op would be amazing. No, he's running the... Isn't he running the handheld side now? The handheld department, or just hardware? Yeah, Starfield co-op is what I wanted as well. That would be amazing. But Steve, the thing is, Jason and I guess Gabe is supposed, or someone from Valve, is supposed to be coming on stage or at Lenovo's presentation. So hopefully we'll see something cool with it. It's not the home console that it's supposed to be on. It should be showcasing the integration of the Xbox OS onto the handhelds. Yeah, Steve, he is handheld now. Now, Pragmata hasn't been cancelled. It's just they've just gone silent. It happens. It's the problem when you reveal the trailer and then you're light years away from releasing it, right? Elder Scrolls 6. Not throwing any shade or anything, Uh, my kids will probably have kids by the time that game lands, but we're not one to complain. Hello, great, great children. JB, they tried to do it, and the guy that did the Skyrim one, uh, just went off on a mad rant about how Bethesda wasn't giving him the tools and he found it difficult and yada yada yada. And then the whole media went on, oh look, a notorious modder has quit making mods, and it's like, yeah, but the sun still came up the next day. Your character is missing a fact? A what now? What's that, Susanna? No idea, Rebby. Only Capcom can tell you that. Oh. You installed the wrong mods. Just uninstall them. Just disable the mods and you're fine. How can it be called Xbox 6 when it's the 5th box? Aha, YouTube user. I knew you was going to ask that question. Someone was anyway. So, you got the OG Xbox. You got the Xbox 360. Xbox One. Now, technically, you could go with the Xbox Series being the 4th one. But, as some people have said, the Series S and the Series X are different machines because of their hardware specification. They just support technically the same games. So the Series S would be 4, the Series X would be 5, and Bob's your uncle with a bit of stretch and imagination and a bit of pinky dust sprinkles. You got your Xbox 6. See how this works? We ignore everything else before then, though, like the Xbox One S, the Xbox One X, the Xbox 360 Elite, Xbox 360 Core, Xbox 360 Premium. We ignore all of those. We don't count those. Those were just part of the generation. No, don't call it Xbox, because at that point, it's going to get even more confusing. If you put a number at the end that is high, everyone will see that and say, I want the Xbox 6. That's it. And the reason why I'm saying 6 is because Microsoft do not like to have an inferior number to PlayStation. Xbox box. I mean, that's the whole reason why they went Xbox 360, right? The PS3 was out, and they didn't want to call it Xbox 2, and because the PlayStation 3 was, and PlayStation 3 is a higher number, so the average Joe is going to say 3 is better than 2, so they'll go for the other one. That was the whole reasoning behind it. Jason Ronald is supposed to appear at the Lenovo presentation, but I think that's all they're going to be doing outside of that. I mean, to be fair, you've got to hand it to Sony at this point, right? You've got to hand it to Sony. They've officially shown more movies coming than they have video games. That's pretty impressive. They officially have more live actions. I mean, the only reason why I say Xbox Prime could work, if you've watched my previous video, it would kind of be the kind of alpha, in a sense, because all the other ones, if they are going down the route of doing OEM Xboxes, by Samsung, Asus, Hitachi, Fujitsu, whoever's going to be doing it, depending on their region, right? They would all be copies of the original, of the Prime. And so Microsoft would have that label that would showcase theirs as the original console, the official console. So that's the only reason I can think it making sense with the whole Prime name. Outside of that, I'd go with Xbox 6. Yeah, but Cesano, then you've got Prime Drinks. Is there an overlap between Prime Drinks and Amazon Prime? At what point do we start getting into silly territory? It's only been debunked by Jez Corden, right? And again, not throwing shade onto the guy, but depending on how people treat Jez Corden almost like the British Constitution. You decide what the Constitution is on whatever day you wake up and look out the window. So, people need to pick a lane. You're either going to believe what the guy says or say he's full of shit. You can't have it both ways. People believe him when it suits them, don't believe him when it doesn't suit them. Xbox 960 Prime? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Star. You see, Devin is definitely into that beta stuff, innit? Gorsty's from Liverpool, so he'll fit right in. Proper scouser. Honestly, I think the Xbox Prime user naming is just a code name. That's my assumption. I can see it making sense, but I think it's just a code name, right? Hey, Paul, Happy New Year. Like I said, Rabbi, I think the Prime name could work. I know you don't like it, but I think it could work. Xbox Prime would just be look, the biggest thing that apparently customers have is brand recognition, and they do not understand which console is which. They can't tell the difference between an OG Xbox branding and the Xbox One branding and the Xbox Series branding. To them, it looks all the same. What they understand, the normies, is numbers. If they see number 1 and number 2, 2 is better than 1. If they see a 3, 3 is better than 2 and 1. If they see a 4, you get where I'm going with this. 6 would just simplify things. Plus, it will bring it in line with PlayStation 6 as well. So, it gets around that superiority complex as well. No worries, Frodo. Your homeland is safe. It's also associated with a drink. That doesn't work with Star Wars. I mean, it kind of does. 4 is better than 3, 2, 1. 5 is better than 3, 2, 1. Anything is better than 3, 2, 1, but 7 is not better than the rest now. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. 7 is not better than any of them. Rabbi, I'm not making the code name. I don't work for Microsoft. I have no control in this. But do you want to hear something funny, chat? Do you want to hear something funny? Let's stop the music for a bit. Because he's about to tell you what quick resume is. This is some next level stuff, by the way. He is about to inform you on how quick resume works. Oops. Even my spacebar didn't want to listen. But you know what? He's right. He did make a mistake. How is Game Pass not a good thing? No sound? What do you mean no sound? There should be sound. There is no sound? Are you sure? Are you sure there's no sound? Devin can hear. Still no sound. What the hell? You can hear me, but not Jimmy Neutron. Alright, one sec. Let's put that on for a sec. 1 second. Let me take this off again. Okay. Let's share with audio. Yeah, there is audio. Nothing is muted. Are you sure you can't hear anything? Well, that's really weird. Anyway, I'll come back to that in a sec while I figure it out. What the hell is going on there? I will come back to that. But since someone said they thought I was sponsored by GeForce Now, bada bing! GeForce Now is coming to Steam Deck as a native app. Just in time, it's also coming to Apple's Vision Pro, which is no longer exists, and MetaQuest 3 and 3S. How does that tickle your fancy? How does that tickle your fancy? Huh? Huh? So audio seems to be fine. Yeah, seems to be fine. All right, let's see if you're going to hear this then.
Damn music follows me everywhere.
You heard that right? You heard that one right? I found the problem.
I'm personally stepping away from Xbox and going to PlayStation and PC. Xbox has not done anything to keep buying the new console.
Damn music follows me everywhere. Fortune and glory.
I don't know if you guys saw it. That guy that he actually got a message from Phil Spencer on his Xbox and he didn't even realize it. He made a video about how...
Shut up, Devin. I know you're lying.
He was wrong about the Xbox, right? As a PlayStation fan. And so I watched this video. I was like, okay, I want to see what it is that made him feel this way. The thing that was interesting about why he felt like he was wrong about Xbox.
Yeah.
A lot of it seemed to centered around Game Pass and how like he was going in and just like adding all these games. Like it was really exciting. Right?
I mean, what is not exciting about adding a bunch of games to your collection? I don't get it. So weird. What is not exciting about that, chat? What is not exciting about
right? The reason I think he could have that experience is because he wasn't on Xbox. Like, if you've been on Xbox like I have since the 360 era, this generation was incredibly disappointing. Jumping in 4 years into the gen, picking up Game Pass, and being able to get games like Indiana.
How is this generation... I mean, I've been saying from the beginning that this generation as a whole on both sides hasn't been as cool as last generation, but it's still been a pretty good run considering all the crap that we had to endure at the start of the year, the whole CVID situation and everything else, halting production and whatnot. We've still got some great games come out this year throughout the generation. I don't understand what he's talking about. What's he going to say about Indiana Jones? Because that game is easily Game of the Year. And if Xbox released that earlier, they would have got Game of the Year easy.
Indiana Jones, as well as this insane backlog of other games, you can just keep grabbing them, like Fable and others, like he was talking. I was like, well, of course you feel like the value's really high. You've not been here like the rest of us have. You know what I mean? It was...
Okay, question. Has anyone here played the new Fable? This is a genuine question. Because apparently Jimmy Neutron has played the new Fable. Based on what he just said. Because, you know, none of that is new to him. So has anyone here actually played the new Fable? Yeah, Gears E-Day will not be this year. Fable isn't even out. I know, right? But according to Jimmy Neutron here, it's already it's old news to him. He's been there and done that. Avowed is an iPhone. Oh, Phil's probably played it.
It's an interesting study in how subjective value is, because he came into Xbox midway through the gen.
Wait, isn't value always subjective? Come on. Isn't value always subjective? I mean, sure, there are some steals out there, but even they are subjective to value. That makes no sense. He does play games, JB. He just sucks at them really bad. See, when you see me play and I actually suck, and you think, man, it can't get any worse, just head over to his stream. You'll see it gets worse. A lot worse.
And gets everything all at once. I've been here since the Series X hit, and I'm full of nothing but disappointment with what they've done. I'm like, None of this is that great. And then he was like singing the praises of Quick Resume. I'm like, PlayStation has that. All you have to do.
Oh God, gotta play that one again. Gotta play that again. Gotta play that one again. Gotta play that one again. Okay, let's do this again.
Quick Resume. I'm like, PlayStation has that. All you have to do is put the thing in rest.
Oh, he actually wait. He actually goes on to explain it. Let's hit it. He actually goes on to explain how Quick Resume works.
I'm like, PlayStation has that. All you have to do is put the thing in rest mode. I've done it numerous times recently with Plague Tale Requiem. I know it's not Quick Resume, but if you put the thing in rest mode, I turn on my PlayStation and I'm right back in Plague Tale. Do you want to know what Quick Resume commonly does? It commonly doesn't work and causes glitches.
I use Quick Resume all the time. It doesn't cause glitches. It doesn't cause problems. The only games that it does is live service games that require an always online connection. If it's single player, it has no problem. What is he even on about? What planet is he on? PlayStation having Quick Resume. It doesn't have Quick Resume. That is correct, Susanna. It basically, when the PS5 launched, it didn't have any form of resume, and then they kind of got jealous of Xbox and said, you know what, we need something similar. And then they put it on there, and then they realized, now we're going to remove it because they were running out of memory. I guess they couldn't allocate memory well enough to it, because it does store memory. It does store in memory your current state. But it's gone. They don't have it. All they have is the single game.
It did it to my son just over the weekend with Fortnite. He couldn't do anything.
What did I just say? Hey guys, so what I'm gonna do, right? All right, I'm gonna use his logic here, right? I'm gonna jump into a game on Fortnite. I'm gonna be midway through the game, and then I'm gonna switch my game to something else. Come back in 2 hours, and try to resume that same live instance that I was playing. Is this the logic from the logician? That is literally what he's saying here. I'm playing a multiplayer game, and I switch to another game mid-game, which is, I mean, why would you do that anyway? That is literally being a proper prick. But then turning around, coming back, and expecting to be in the same game an hour later or a day later, and then you're trying to use that as a gotcha moment? For real? My dude is truly exposing his stupidity right here. And then he's actually getting upset at why people call him stupid when he makes dumb remarks like this. And now he's getting his kid involved. Don't get your kid involved, man. We all know it was him. Don't do that, man. Leave the kids out of this. It doesn't work on lives. That's common sense. It's gonna be like, hey guys, yeah, we're playing Call of Duty. Oh man, I mean, yo guys, I'm just gonna jump out of this game. Make sure everyone goes into a free state. Stop the timer and everything. I'll be back like tomorrow or in a few hours. I'm just gonna go play something else. My God,
Quick resumed Fortnite, and he couldn't change his character. Nothing was working. The menus weren't working. The only thing I could do is I had to reboot the game. I commonly would try to use quick resume on games, and it would cause them not to work right. I'd have to reboot the game. It's like, quick resume's not even that great of a feature. It doesn't work all that often. And
Quick resume is one of the greatest features Xbox has created in a long, long time. And the people that are saying it's rubbish are people that are salty that their platform doesn't have it. I really do hope that they can actually get quick resume working on Windows. That would be a technological marvel for PC gamers. It is such a great feature. Hey, sup, James? PS5 would charge for that feature? Damn straight they will. I mean, if you've seen, they've added those 30th anniversary things onto their dashboard, the startups. Apparently, they're going to remove it. And now, from what I've heard, a lot of fans are scared that Sony's going to turn around and charge you back for them. You know what? Snap was a great feature as well. That should come back as well. I don't understand why they didn't, but they're trying to get it on Windows 12. I mean, I don't see Windows 12 coming for a while, considering how Microsoft is really pushing everyone to Windows 11 now. They're almost, I mean, it's codenamed Windows 11 Refresh or something. So they're really trying to get everyone onto Windows 11. I might have to take the plunge, which I'm not overly happy with. Paul, why you gotta do me dirty like that? You know I can't eat that stuff right now. My health is all over the place. You know I can't do that, and you're just throwing it in my face. But yeah, Snap was cool. I liked Snap. Then again, I think I was the only person on the planet that actually liked Connect, so I'm weird like that. Hey, Snowy. Aggressive? Yes, it is.
and you can get essentially the same feature on PlayStation as long as you use rest mode.
No, you can't.
No,
you can't. You absolutely cannot. I can switch between 8 games on the fly with quick resume. I think it's up to 8 games, depending on the memory allocation. You can only do 1 game on PlayStation. If you switch your game, you go back to the beginning, and you gotta wait for that long-ass SSD to start loading up, you know, the magical SSD that takes forever to get into the game before it lets you play the game. On quick resume, you are in the action straight away. My dude is going full-on lying. Like... Why is he lying? I had 1 profiterole. 1. I had 1 profiterole.
I'm immediately back in the game within seconds. I boot up the game, log in, I click my little icon, and then I click on Plague Tale Requiem, and I'm right back in the game. There was no waiting, no nothing.
And now change your game.
So I thought it was an interesting study in how value is subjective. About like, well, he's late to Xbox, and he's sort of like over the moon about like how many games there are. He was like, oh, it runs so quiet, it runs so well. The Series X is actually a nice machine, but
and this is one thing I didn't understand from Microsoft, right? This is one critique I will have of the Series X console. Don't all jump at me already. I know you're all raring to go. Don't do it. Instead of the wraps, release more wraps. I don't mind that. But release limited edition consoles. Like the Indiana Jones console. Make it publicly available. The Halo console like they did. You know, Call of Duty consoles. An Avowed console. Make them more available. I would have bought the Indiana Jones console. I mean, I bought the collector's edition. It's sitting behind me. I would have bought the console. I would. I'm a huge indie fan. I love Indiana Jones. I would have bought it. There are so many people out there who love collecting these limited edition consoles. Just make them available. It's just money being thrown away. Ah, you see? Steve picked up on it already. I was saving that for next year, man, when Gears E-Day lands. Hey, Steve, look, I'll tell you this. I've heard a rumor, and this is just a rumor. Don't take this as gospel. But there will be a limited edition Gears console potentially coming. That coincides with 2026 and E-Day. There you go. Something for you to get excited about in 2026.
If Quick Resumes worked great for you, never had an issue. I have issues with it all of the time.
You know, if it doesn't arrive now, he's going to find where I live and come and hunt me down. There you go. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. At least 30 million PlayStation owners are late to Xbox. This dude's logic is a scam. PlayStation games. I mean, based on what we've seen, right? 25% from what the information is going around, 25% of the 60 million PS5s or 65 million PS5s haven't even been turned on yet. They've never been switched on. 25% of the 65 million PS5s haven't been switched on yet. Yeah, I'm still trying to find a good deal on that, JB. eBay's ridiculously priced at the moment. I didn't have the opportunity to buy it at the time because I wasn't in a good or even a decent financial place. But I've always wanted the Halo one, and I never managed to get it. But what is So what does that make? What is 25% of 65 million? My maths is not going to do it right now. You can check those numbers. Go for it, Susano. Get us the numbers. Oh yeah, Silver, I get it, but it would still sell consoles, right? I know it's a zero-sum game, just like the Pro is a zero-sum game, but it would get. I would buy it, you know, depending. I'm not, you know, my bills are and everything are sorted and whatnot, but there is a demand for it. If there is a demand, why not supply? That's like business 101, no? It's about 16.5 million. So you're looking at 65, 60, 50. So you're looking at around, let's just say 50 million just to round it up. So what, the difference between the PS5 and there's only 20 million consoles? I mean, 20 million is still 20 million, but that's it's not so wide, is it? I mean, you know, the 30 million consoles out there on Xbox are being played. Hey, look, James. It's been a long time since the Atari Lynx, my dude. I get the Gauntlet days. I was there. I had access to an Atari Lynx. I actually really liked it. But tech has moved on a little bit. You might want to re-explore the handheld market once more. Then Silver, price them at the point of what they are.
Quick Resume never works, says Biggie. I always have to restart the game. Yeah, like I'll be in the game and like stuff just doesn't work right. Like my son was in Lego Fortnite. He could not get his navigation of the menu to let him change his character. I rebooted the game and it let him change his character around.
Hey guys, I'm a quick resuming into a live service game, but it's not working. My God.
In the locker of Fortnite, I was like, I was like, I told my kids, I was like, this is why I don't like Xbox. Every time I boot up the Xbox, I have a problem. I booted up the Xbox once. It had to do an update to the store, and it wouldn't finish. It just sat there. And when it finally finished, I opened up the store, and the store froze. I had to force quit the store. I feel like every time I boot up the Xbox, there's an issue with.
This guy has to be the only person on the planet that is having these issues. Any other person you talk to that opens the Xbox store or does anything else, they have no problems, no issues. This guy has to be the only one that does not know how to navigate a menu that is by Microsoft. How he uses Windows is beyond me.
With just basic things like,
I'd say he's using Linux, but he's not smart enough to be using Linux. Yeah, he's literally making shit up right now. Look at it. Look at that mouth gesture he's giving. He's ready.
Going to the Game Pass front or going to the storefront or using Quick Resume. It's kind of useless with how fast most stuff loads nowadays. It's especially useless on a game like Fortnite or Fall Guys because it's probably going to have to download updates anyway. Yeah, it's probably...
Oh my god, guys. Fall Guys. Hey, look. The next time we have like a community night, which is probably going to maybe be in like 2 weeks or something. When we play, when we're in the middle of a game, I'm going to do quick resume into something else. You guys better freeze because when I come back in like 10 minutes, I want to make sure that that same instance is still active. And that timer better not be up. Just telling you now. I don't care if it's a live service. I want it to work.
Better for offline games. That's probably true. But I've had to give me issues countless of times. It happened to my daughter with Unravel. She was playing Unravel and she booted the game back up and she couldn't get the one control to work right. The one button was like not working right. And I was like, try to close the game and reopen.
You know, there is a joke here, but I'm not gonna say it because it's involving kids. I'm not that evil or cynical. Kids are a gem in our world. And they should be protected.
And she did, and it fixed it. I'm like, quick resume on Fall Guys doesn't let me connect online. Well, yeah, online games are obviously different, but like, all my son was trying to do was like change.
Yeah, Bullets, I'm in the Delta program, I think it is. Reforge accused Microsoft of paying content creators for a certain game, and the FTC said, can't remember. So that was not Xbox. So what happened back then was Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers essentially paid off content creators to do something and to severely promote the game. And so this was on YouTube, and this is why now on YouTube you need to disclose it and stuff, and you need to disclose it on social media if you're promoting and stuff with the hashtag ad. That's where it all came around. It wasn't just Microsoft that did it; everyone did it. Everyone was doing it for that game. I can't remember if it was Lord of the Rings or whatever, but I believe it was Warner Brothers. But Warner Brothers was the one that instigated it, and everyone else followed suit. Not just Microsoft, everyone. And that's what brought around the policy change for it. Of course, he's going to blame Xbox for it, but his dear beloved father, Ken Kutaragi, was also doing it. So, he's streaming today, Paul. He said his daughter. So I'm guessing he has a son and a daughter.
Change his little Lego character out.
It is illegal, Susanna. You have to if you are getting anything from anyone or, a promotional product to promote it, you need to disclose it. It needs to be there in people's faces, clearly indicating that it is this is a promoted stream or a promoted video, so everyone knows.
Outfit in the locker, and it wouldn't work right.
But that's where it came from. So
I don't know, man.
dude
Maybe my
literally
Series
lives
X
the
is
life.
mad at me because it feels neglected, but I feel like every time I turn it on, anytime I try to do anything with it, there's an issue. And it's like,
Is he talking about his vibrator?
but I appreciated his video because he was like, hey, there's actually good stuff over here. But again, I think if he would have bought the Series X in 2020 and gone on the same journey that the rest of us have been on, I don't think he would have come to the conclusion that he came to.
He would, because the Series X is a very, very good machine. It's a very capable machine. And especially with FSR 3 getting the improvements that it's getting, and it going to hopefully be widespread across all the Series X games and the Series S games, you are going to see a lot more benefits coming from a console that didn't need a mid-gen refresh. And did you also hear the other news? Apparently 6 years... So, I'm not going to name names because I don't want any of my content getting striked, because that's how the ponies roll now. If you mention a specific name, they come after you and strike your channel. So I'm not going to name names, but you probably already know who I'm talking about. But apparently, a 6-year life cycle is too short for a console generation. 6 years. We're not talking 2 or 3 years, by the way. 6 years is too short for a console generation. Okay, Steve seriously has issues. Dinosaurs learn my change. I mean, come on, man. 6 years. Devin, I agree. 5 years, with the way technology is advancing and how much resources are being required and what these developers are doing, at the very least, they should start putting like 32 gigs of RAM into these machines. To at least, if they want to take them further than the 5 years or the 6 years, they could at least have some legroom to actually work with. But 5 years is plenty, 6 pushing it. But these people want like 10-year life cycles. They're crazy. And they're going, but yeah, that's why we have a mid-gen refresh. What's the point of a mid-gen refresh? You paid $700. Why not pay the same price for a next generation console that's way more powerful? That can do the backwards compatibility and play those other games just as fine.
I think he would have come to a different conclusion. It would have been like, yeah, I agree with the rest of you about the fact that we aren't getting games or not getting them at quality.
There's multiples of them,
Like,
Steve,
yeah, you can play Starfield now and it's been
name them,
updated to 60 FPS. You can play Forza
they come after
Motorsport
you.
now and it's been updated and a lot of its problems have been fixed. Does that make sense? I think that's an interesting way to look at it. It's like, well, if you...
Sappho, it's going to deliver it, but it's going to do it with like frame generation and stuff. It's not the same performance, but it's as good as. And for that price point, you really can't argue. But if you've got a 4090, that will run native what the 4070 will require multiple frame generation to do with DLSS 4. And then, once you enable DLSS on the 4090, it will just leapfrog ahead.
You suddenly jump in and suddenly have Game Pass and you start downloading all those games, it has a lot more value than for someone like me that's like, I barely ever turn the dadgum thing on. There's no reason to.
But then, okay, let's just break down what he said. If I would go with a 5070 at that price point, you can't go wrong, Silver. So let's just break what he just said down, right? If you're jumping into Game Pass new, it's great. There's a lot of things, but for someone like me, who never uses it and doesn't really use it at all, there's no value. So how do you know if there's no value if you never use it? Tell me, chat. How? How is that? Tell me, chat. How does that work? If you're jumping into it new, you've got a lot of value. But if you're someone like me who never uses it because I don't like it and I don't value it, well, then there's no value. Well, but then if you never use it, how do you know there's no value to it? No, but if you never use it, how do you know there's no value? It's like, if you never use it, how do you know there's no value? Come on. It's like a walking contradiction train. Yeah, Gorsty. What you should do is get that white van, put it in the back, and go flog it off. Ice cold. That's pretty much it. And I'm sure Gorsty got the whole. He understood the reference.
I've had to play some of their major releases on my PC anyways. Starfield and Hellblade 2 most notably.
See, Starfield actually had double frame generation on the Xbox, and if you've played it on Xbox before the 60 FPS patch, it actually ran really well. You didn't have that 30 FPS stutter, and it was one of the games that I actually could play at 30 FPS because of the double frame generation, which ID Software actually implemented for Starfield. Hey, Ram, can you get me another energy drink? Okay. Thank you. So he's already wrong there, because the double frame generation that id Software implemented in Starfield actually made it run pretty close to that 60 FPS anyway. It was still 30 FPS, but it felt different. And you could feel the difference from a 30 FPS and what Starfield was. Yeah, JB, it ran great at launch because of what id Software did. They are geniuses. That double frame gen that they introduced into the Xbox version really made it run way, way smoother. And this is the difference between someone who thinks they know what they're talking about and someone who actually does some research and does look into what they're playing. Do I play Dance Central? I do not. If you saw this body and the size of it and you thought that it could dance, god damn. Ain't gonna happen. Well, FSR 4 won't be available on the Series X. I mean, I think that much is obvious. But what AMD have said is that what they're going to do is take the benefits of the telemetry data that comes from FSR 4 and reverse engineer that and implement that into FSR 3 for the older generation cards and apply the benefits of the learnings from FSR 4 into FSR 3. So though you won't have the actual machine learning power that comes from the next generation cards, now the 2026 Xbox, if it's going AMD, will have FSR 4 without a shadow of doubt. But what they're doing with what they're going to do with the current gens is take that information that's learning and then systematically apply it to FSR 3 to improve the data and the running and the quality of what's being presented. So though you're not getting true FSR 4, you're still getting benefits from it.
I have over 1,000 hours every single year on the Series X. I use Quick Resume all the time. I'd say 5 to 10% of the time it doesn't work perfectly, and a few games it doesn't work at all. I must just be unlucky then, MASH. I just keep picking the games that have the issues.
yeah, he picks Fortnite. He picks Halo multiplayer. He picks Fall Guys multiplayer. He picks Fortnite Lego multiplayer. He picks racing multiplayer. He picks live service multiplayer. He probably picks Destiny, Warframe. My dude's special.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, even the store was jacking up on me the one day. I was like, I'm just trying to open the store to search.
I'll tell you what. I've used Xbox since the OG. I bought my original Xbox day one. And since the store got introduced, I think during the 360 days, I don't think I've ever had a single problem with the store in all my years of playing on Xbox. I don't think I've had one problem with the store. Not one. And look, this is why when you guys tell me that you want me to do that whole Alex shtick, I say no. Number one, I don't have enough for all of you to sue me for mental distress. I don't have that sort of money to pay you all. And secondly, I don't want to make you all go blind. Therefore, I'm doing you a just service in protecting you all by just saying no.
For a game for my kiddo to play, and it wouldn't open. And it was because it was downloading an update. And I'm like, I can't use the store while you're updating. So when the update finally finished, it opened.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The Xbox store was updating, so he couldn't use it. I really do need some music during this pausing moment because I need to find some music for this place because it really needs something during this silence, but oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't play this game because it's updating. One second, chat. Yo, Ram. All right, chat. Let's do something. You're listening. Come around there. Come around there. Come around there. I know you don't want to be in the cam, so just come around this way. I got a question for you. Right? Come closer, so about there, so you probably won't be there. So yeah. Okay. So this guy here, right? He's updating an application.
Right.
It's updating.
Right.
So he's very upset that he can't use the application because it's while it's updating.
So why did he update it? Usually you have an option to update it on.
Okay, but let's just say you need to update it for it to work.
Okay.
You know, it's received an update, you're updating.
Huh?
Would you expect it to run if it's updating?
No, because it's updating. I'm confused.
He doesn't understand why he can't use an application while it's updating.
Then he needs to rethink his career choice.
Shit. Oh damn! Oh no!
I'm going back to my
Oh no! So my 17-year-old said he needs to rethink his career choice, and the missus goes, maybe his brain doesn't function correctly. Oh Jesus! Oh shit!
open, and then it locked up on me, and I was like, so I literally had to reboot the Xbox to use the store. I was like, maybe there's something wrong with it. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with it. But yeah, I have just been more and more annoyed by it. Every time I try to use it, it makes me, I just want to get rid of it. The only reason I have it is for situations like that where we want to play something like Fall Guys together or Lego Fortnite together. It's how we originally set up our 3-player experience.
Why not just get multiple PlayStations and do it that way? Or, you know, those games are cross-saving, cross-play anyway. So why not have one of them on your PC, another one on your PlayStation, and play it that way? Why do you need an Xbox? Seems a little sus. Why do you need an Xbox? It's a free-to-play game. This seems a little sus. Your progress transfers from place to place. Why do you need an Xbox? Explanation. He made it up. Oh man. I thought that was funny. But what do you think of the size of this? Alright, look, I'm all for handheld gaming, yeah? I'll be first to admit that I'm good when it comes to handheld gaming. I like it. I might not use it as much recently because of my internet not being great on the cloud, but that's ridiculous. That is real. That is real. That is from Acer, the Acer 11 something. It's an 11-inch screen. They've basically said, right, we're going to get an iPad or a 11-inch tablet and put 2 controllers on the side and say we're done. That's a TV trick. He has 2 PlayStation 5s and a PC. So enough for his family, right? There's literally no reason for him to have an Xbox. He should just sell it. But you know why he won't sell it? Xbox Game Pass. How big is the iPad Pro? Haha, Ventura. I know you couldn't resist. Mate, that's ridiculous. When handhelds start to become a weapon of mass destruction, that's when you know. I mean, you can't legally carry that in the street and say that it's a device. You'll be pulled over and asked, why are you carrying a weapon? Hey, what's up, Brick? I haven't checked in ages, Brick. It's been a long time since I've looked at iPads. No, look, I get the notion. I get the notion that you want a bigger screen, but at some point, that can't be comfortable to hold. Like, for example, my son with his Series S. While I was on holiday, he was using my work monitor. He hooked it up and was playing on his Series S. Once I was getting ready to start work, I dug around and found my portable, my old USB monitor that I used to use before I'm using this new OLED by UPerfect. If you want to check it out, there's a link in the description. Go check it out. Got a review there as well. Really nice monitor. Shameless plug out the way. But you can plug it into the USB port at the front and it can power the screen. So now he just takes his Series S into whatever room he wants, and he's got a portable Series S with no matter where he goes, he just plugs it into the wall. He only needs to power the Series S. The screen powers through the actual front USB port, and he just plays wherever he wants now. Upstairs in his room, in the kitchen. It's great. No one has ever had... Ice cold. He had an issue with the store because it was updating, and he got upset that he couldn't use the store while it was updating. You know, when they do like a 50 meg update, when they release a new push for the console, he probably turns his console off entirely so it doesn't have the auto update in the background. So when he puts it on, the store has to update because it's connected to the internet. So during that period, he can't use it because the application is off. It's updating like a normal application does. That's what he's talking about. He creates the problem and then argues and moans about the problem he just created and then says it's not working. The IQ there is pretty special. You can't get through the airport with that. I just don't see how you can carry this. I just don't see how you can carry this around everywhere and not good. Anyone think that that's okay? That's crazy. DIY perks, mobile PS4. I think I saw that. The guy created one with a built-in screen. I think it's that one dude, right? He's pretty good with that stuff. Put a guitar strap on it. But yeah, for those wondering why the 90 series, well, the FSR 4 isn't going to work on the Xbox, you know, none of these are supported by the FSR 4. Only the 90 series, they've locked it behind because they're the only ones that come with the hardware for it. But hopefully, they'll be able to do what they said and reverse engineer it, and FSR 3 is getting big improvements this year. And if they can kind of push it out to everything on Xbox like they do on PC, because FSR is kind of like a one-fits-all kind of thing, and it benefits everything. So if they get it working on everything on Xbox and kind of make it OS level ready, then that would probably be the best option, rather than relying on the developers to have it implemented. Just have it there on OS level and everyone will be happy. Yeah, it needs the AI chipset. Ah, look, there's the Ponybot Arthur. Gotta have the gangster handheld. Hey, Portal player, how's it going? Oh, man. Good times. So I think this is the only thing that we actually saw from Xbox, right? Matt Booty coming on, and even people got upset with Matt Booty appearing here. But apparently FSR 4 is going to be implemented at a later point. Let's have a listen to what he's saying. Are you getting the 5090 Chaos? Not sure. I'm more inclined to go for the 5080, but the 16GB is bothering me. So I'm going to check the prices and see what they're like at the time between the 4090 and the 5080, but, you know, I'm still tempted to go for the 5090, but at that point, I need to rebuild my whole PC. I need a new motherboard. My power supply will be fine, and I'm thinking my case should be fine as well. But I'm going to need a new motherboard because the 5090 is a 3-slot card, not a 2-slot card. So I'm going to need 4 slots because I use a capture card as well internally. So it's not just the graphics card. If you're going for the 5090, you're pretty much building a new PC at that point. Yeah, if you're going, yeah, pretty much Portal. If you go 5090 thing, but yeah, as Brick said, it's going to be scalped to hell. So I won't be getting one at launch. Put it that way. Okay, let's see what Matabote said at the CES. Because it's the Bote or the Bote. Matabote.
AMD has been an incredible partner to Microsoft in this journey, helping us drive innovation across every level of gaming, from powering the latest generation of...
You see how AMD is using Microsoft to promote AMD and not PlayStation? It's a very, very, it stands out quite dramatically here. But they are using Xbox to promote it and not PlayStation. That's a sticking point, which a lot of PlayStation fans are very, very upset with.
Xbox consoles to enabling cutting-edge hardware for PC gamers, their technology has consistently pushed the industry forward. Our decades-long partnership with AMD has resulted in several of the underlying gaming technologies that are used by all the biggest developers today. This ranges from development of OS-level graphics APIs like DirectX 12 Ultimate and ray tracing, to larger caches, multi-threading, and driver optimizations that enable more games to be played on more devices. The Activision team is proud to partner closely with AMD to optimize Black Ops 6 for AMD Ryzen processors and Radeon graphics. Our teams can't wait to see what they can do with the next generation of processors and GPUs with Ryzen X3D and RDNA 4. Technologies like
Oh shit. Oh no. He said RDNA 4. You know who's going to be over this one? You know who's going to be all over this one? He's waiting. I bet he's already got like 200 posts already.
FSR and frame generation make some of our most demanding games, like Starfield, run better. These optimizations give our teams
Devin.
more headroom to not just push more pixels, but to actually explore richer gameplay, deeper physics modeling, and more robust systems. And this dynamic of hardware technology enabling our devs to do more continues in the future, with FSR 4 on the latest graphics cards bringing high-quality machine learning upscaling to games like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 later this year. Thank you, Lisa, Jack, and everyone at AMD for helping our teams achieve more.
Thank you, Matt. We truly value our partnership with you and the game studios. My son and I have spent countless hours.
You see? When they talk about Xbox, they're talking about games. It's weird Starfield didn't have NVIDIA support. This is the one thing that Microsoft does that's really weird. They have different kind of contracts and partnerships with different people. They don't pick a lane. Which I guess is okay, but pick a lane. But yeah, I'm sure that there's that one dude out there that's going to be running rampant with all of this information. But Matt Booty doesn't get enough credit. I think he's alright. I think he wants to be as competitive as he can possibly be, but he's being completely and utterly blocked. Silver, that's the way you do it, mate. That is the way you do it. It's all about the plastic wars. And soon, while the PC community is playing the launcher wars, the console community is playing the plastic wars, soon everyone's going to be playing the cloud wars. Why do I think Phil has been doing fewer interviews lately? Because he puts his foot in it. And every time he comes out and says stuff, you're expecting a response or a straight answer, and you just don't get one. That's the reality. You don't get a straight answer from Phil. You kind of have to read between the lines and then do some mental gymnastics to kind of say, okay, this is what I reckon he was meant to say, but he doesn't just come out and say it, which is the only annoying thing I find with him. But he probably does that for a reason, because he doesn't want to be entrapped in it. Yeah, JB, but nothing is going to be answered. He won't answer anything. No, I know. I was in Destin's stream earlier. But he's a. Did he leave IGN at his own accord? Portal player, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Because he kind of wants to leave himself a out clause, which I get, right? I get. No one should ever speak in absolutes, because if you speak in absolutes, the media will murder you. But if you constantly speak in circles, then the media runs wild with what you're saying by making speculations. So you've got to kind of find the right balance. Exactly, Snowy. I think that's exactly that's the perfect line right there. She's paid to do what he means, not what he says. Is the Gears going to PS5? At the moment, no. There's no indication that it is. I mean, Matt Booty was upset during the multiplayer situation because, it was weird because originally ZeniMax wanted to remain independent, and well, they kind of were at the time, but they wanted to remain multiplat. They didn't want to be restricted to any one platform. A bit like how Bungie is. And Xbox said no, and then ABK came along and they said, well, they're all going multiplayer. And they're like, well, why the hell are they going multiplayer and we can't? It's a valid question. Hey, Maxine, how you doing? I am having an awesome day. Arthur the troll, as always. See, JB, no one's actually said that. I keep hearing, oh, everyone said that it's all going, the whole slate is going. Where has Microsoft ever said the whole slate is going? Now, even if it is going, right? Let's just say hypothetically, where have they said it's going? How are you, Maxine? I mean, we have cod and chips in the UK, David. It's like a specialty here. Fish and chips is like a delicacy here. We love our fish and chips. Don't know what you're talking about. I mean, that's it. Cesano hit the nail on the head. The cost of it all would be astronomical if they were bringing everything. It doesn't make financial sense. Financially, it just doesn't make sense to make everything multiplayer. Phil said case by case. Matt Booty in the latest interview said case by case. But then you've got people online saying the whole slate. And I don't get it. Until Xbox come out and say, we are full third party, they're not. It's that simple. But they are a huge publisher. They are a huge, huge third party publisher. They do publish games to other platforms. The ABK games is a prime example. Yes and no. Those games have to sell in order to be that way. And if you go multi-plat, it undermines their efforts for their ecosystem. So it damages their ecosystem if they go full multi-plat and port everything over. At that point, their ecosystem just crumbles away because it kind of dissipates. It loses value. Well, Project Latitude is something that's internally at Microsoft. That's what they called it. So Project Latitude is a real thing. But it's just a project name. It's just a code name for a department. That's it, really. It's where they work on certain projects. Hi-Fi Rush didn't sell on PlayStation. We all expected Pentiment to sell millions on PlayStation. That didn't do either. Sea of Thieves did really well. What was the other? Oh, Grounded. Yeah, we all expected Grounded to sell more than Spider-Man. It didn't, though. Like, Xbox don't need anyone. I don't feel they need anyone. The one thing I will say, though, and I've said this for a long time, I said this last year, and I'll say it this year. Once you open Pandora's box and those shareholders taste good money, they're not going to stop. And Sony made the mistake of releasing games multi-plat, and they've tasted that money. I mean, just look at how Sony is right now, right? Let's just look at the transition that Sony went through. Our games are going to be on our platform eternally. They will not go anywhere else. Then it went, live service games will be PC and PlayStation because that makes sense. But single player games are off limits. And then it went, well, we can release our single player games like 2-3 years after they've gone to PlayStation to PC because they'll have, matured enough and there's no more sales potential. Then it went, well, we're making new remasters and remakes and we're going to put those day and date as well because they're re-releases, so they've already moved the goalpost from not doing day and date to day and date. Then they said, well, we're going to stick to that 2 years now because we want to do that. And then Spider-Man comes along and that's gone down to a year. And Herman Holtz transitioned from all of that to, now we're doing single player games by a case-by-case basis. Yeah. That transition happened real quick from we ain't releasing no single player games or multiplayer games on any other platform to we going case by case. So basically what you're saying is you're doing what Xbox is doing. Pretty much. Which one, Rick? I mean, just look at this, right? Where is it? No. You got the specs here for Rebirth, right? Have you seen Rebirth running on PC? It looks insane on PC. And you can get 60 FPS, 4K, And that's not even, top of the range PCs at the moment. It's a 4080 or a 7900 XTX. At 150 gigabyte install is pretty big though. GPU memory 16 gigabyte or greater recommended if a 4K monitor is used. But the best way to play this PlayStation exclusive is on PC. I've seen the screenshots for this game on PC and it looks amazing. The Pro can't come close. Like, if you want the best graphical fidelity, you go PC. It's really that simple. Nothing is going to defeat that. You get what you pay for. True, Tarnished. True. But one of the reasons that I originally wanted a Pro was for this. And I still haven't played it because I barely used the Pro since I've got it. I'm always either on my Xbox or my PC. And now that this is coming to PC, why would I play this on the Pro when my PC shits all over it? This will look way better on my PC than on my Pro. Why would I ever play this on the Pro? PS5 blows, I'm only doing what the PS5 fans are doing. They keep comparing their Pro, saying it's better than a PC. The Pro is the best place to play their games, and the PC performance cannot outperform PlayStation 5 Pro. There's a lot of cap in that, I get it, but you got to call out stupid when you see it. When you come around with that sort of critical thinking, where you can outdo a 4090 because you think the Pro is some kind of, megalomaniac mind genius, then there are some problems there. And these case studies need to be studied. Because one has to wonder how they come to these conclusions. Because it must take a lot of mental gymnastics for someone to mentally believe that this is even possible. Do I think the Pro will be their last console? No, I think PS6 will come. But I think they're going to milk the Pro. The reason why the Pro is here is to pretty much learn. So they're going to milk it for at least another 4 years. You're looking at a PS6 around 28, maybe even 30. They want to release it in 30, but I can see them going 28. It'll be interesting how they react when GTA officially gets delayed, because it's not a matter of if, it's when it gets delayed to 2026, end of year, and is going to launch at the same time as the next generation Xbox, where it will be the best place to play it. Who knows? Maybe Sony might actually decide that they are going to rethink that strap. Hey look, don't diss the Ouya. The Ouya is great. I mean, at the moment, Microsoft can really go any direction. It's unknown. You'd be pissed off for about 40 minutes?
Hey there, gamers. Droopcast.
That's a different video. Alright, let's check out this one. I like this guy. You guys have heard of Tom Christie, right? You've heard of Tom Christie? Skeletor hates the state of Destiny 2. if you've not been following Destiny 2, probably many of you haven't because that game has gone into the deep holes. I'll check it now, Steve. Have gone in. It's gone into the despairs of all despairs. It's in the worst possible place it can ever be in, and it's getting worse. And even hardcore Destiny fans who love the game are no longer actually dealing with it. What's this? Let's see. What's this? Let's just have a quick look at this before. See, this is what I'm talking about. Jay Barry, the PS5 Pro is better than the RTX 5090. Come on, when you've got complete and utter stupidity at this magnitude, when you have it at this level, when you have it, and you know he's gonna come out by saying, "Oh, this was all a joke. I was just messing about." You know he wasn't. You know he's telling the truth. You know he genuinely feels this from the bottom of his heart. This is why I mock them PS5 blows. Because when stupidity at this level comes along, you just can't help. You just can't do it. Come on, bro. That's why they make fun of Asian players. Everyone. Oh. But anyway, let's check this out because this is I've been told this is interesting. So this is the downfall of Destiny. Like no one didn't see this coming after Bungie's calamitous displays.
No! No, my God, not again!
Oh, there you are, Skeletor.
No, Jesus Christ! Bring up the monitor! Where is it? There! What the fuck is this?
Well, what's got you so worked up over there, Skeletor?
Bungie!
Do I even want to know?
It's always the same shit, different asshole with this company. They keep dropping the ball when it's already on the fucking ground. Episodes are just reskin seasons, Gambit has been abandoned, and all the new content is drier than a teenager's cum sock.
Sounds to me...
Excuse me? Excuse me? Did he just go there? Holy shit. Ponies win the gold at Olympic gymnastics. Oh.
Like you've just lost all interest in Destiny 2.
How could I not? The next major update is until fucking summer. And every seasonal event sucks and it's the exact same. And somehow they can't even reuse them without it breaking the game.
Well, if the Dawning event sucks so much, why not just hop on the LFG and do a raid instead?
The LFG is dead because player numbers are dropping harder than healthcare CEOs. And
I should have. What? Oh shit! Oh no, he didn't say that. Oh no, he did not say that. Oh no, he did not say that. He did not say that. No, that's cold, man. That's cold. That's a bit too far. Oh shit. Oh my God. How is he even getting away with this?
Dead because player numbers are dropping harder than healthcare CEOs. And every time we raise our concerns, Bungie gives us the side bitch treatment.
But at least the developers are acknowledging that they're making mistakes.
Oh, I'm I'm sorry. I didn't realize expecting the bare fucking minimum was asking too much. And don't get me started on this end-of-year developer post. Weapon crafting removed the joy of owning a random weapon? What, did Stevie Wonder proofread this shit? Why can't we have both systems? And satisfying conclusions? Maya slowly floated away on a cum river like she was at a freak-off party. What do you mean, satisfying conclusions?
Look,
I'm guessing he's not very happy with where Destiny's going right now. Destiny 3 is never going to happen, unfortunately. That's a pipe dream. There's more chance of a Destiny 1 remaster or a reboot than a Destiny 3. It's just not going to happen.
Look, I understand your frustrations, but you can't be too hard on the developers. The people working on the game clearly still care, and they're obviously being affected by the recent layoffs.
I know that. I just hate that they act surprised when player numbers hit the lowest they've ever been, as feedback is constantly ignored, and every new patch somehow breaks the game. How are you going to take away weapon crafting and replace it with a tonic system that literally didn't fucking work?
But if these...
For those of you that don't know what the tonic system is, so Bungie introduced a weapon crafting system. So they took away the whole RNG and they basically took the looter shooter out of the... Basically, they took the loot out of the looter shooter. The whole purpose of these games is to, go out and farm for gear for that perfect role. They basically introduced a system where you could go craft your weapon and build it to the perfect role, which kind of defeats the purpose of what the game was in the first place. But once you give the community something like that, you can't really take it away. But they did. They gave it to them for a number of, I think like a whole year or two. And then they took it away and brought the RNG back. And then they introduced these tonics, which basically increase the chances of you getting the role you want on a set weapon. The problem was the tonics didn't work. And the developers didn't tell anyone. And when the community told them that it didn't work, they said that the community didn't know what the hell they were talking about. So the community then went back and proved with undeniable fact that it doesn't work. And then they said, oh, yeah, you're right. It's not working. We'll try and fix that. And this was like months after. That's crazy.
Tonics were so important to the season. Wouldn't they have fixed them fast? I mean, they didn't just introduce their new seasonal gimmick without testing it first, right? Oh, they totally did do that, didn't they?
You do know what company we're talking about here.
Oh. So that's where we're at.
Wait, you didn't know about this?
Oh no, I haven't played the game in like 4 months. The drama around Destiny 2 is a lot more interesting than actually playing the game.
Then why are you here?
I was going to ask if you wanted to play Marvel Rivals.
That is very tempting.
Oh no! The players are actually considering leaving? I'd better warn the boss! Sir, are you in here, sir?
What's it now, Jenkins? Can't you see I'm busy, not doing my job?
Sir, the players are really angry, sir.
Well, that does sound like a problem. For you. So...
Sir, please, the player base is saying the game is in the worst state it's ever been in.
Well, did you try firing somebody?
Is this serious? This is about Destiny, Devin. Is this serious? Have you considered firing somebody?
No.
Well, shit. I'm out of ideas. Wait! I know. Let's tell them that we're really, really sorry. I mean, it worked for Jay-Z.
I don't think that's gonna work, sir.
You speak the bullshit.
Sir, we already apologized for the State of the Dawning event.
Oh.
Yeah, the week before that was Tonic Gate.
What the fuck is a tonic?
And then there was Weight Gate.
What gate?
Weight Gate, sir. The players discovered that the RNG on certain perk combinations was broken.
Well, did you tell the devious bastards to fuck off?
Well, we did, sir. But then they kind of proved it.
Oh shit.
Sir, the game is in the buggiest state it's ever been in.
But how is this possible? I kept the right people. How did this all get past the Q&A department?
Sir, you laid off the entire QA department to buy a Cybertruck.
Now,
No way! No! Is that for real? Did anyone see that?
You laid off the entire QA department to buy a Cybertruck.
Oh my god! That license plate! Oh, oh shit! Oh no! Oh, that is rough. That's a oof.
Now don't be a hater, Jenkins. Sir, right now, the QA department is just Steve. Yeah, I don't like Steve. Can we just fire him or something? Not to mention the company is being sued. Again, you say that like it's my problem, Jenkins. Sir, the game is in the worst state it's ever been in, and morale is as low as our player numbers. Well then, I guess it's come to this. It's time to do what I should have done from the start. Focus our resources on ensuring our product is delivered to a high standard to show the players that we still care. What? No, dipshit. It's time to bust out the golden parachute. But sir, what about the company?
What did that say? If the CEO noticed, if the event of one's consequences for their own actions occurs, take no responsibility and bail like a oh shit. Oh. I mean, you guys heard, right, about what Bungie did and was doing previously during the whole high time of Destiny? They were basically taking people from the community who loved the game, who had a big interest in the game, and they exploited them by paying them less than half what they would pay normal staff. That's cold.
But sir, what about the company? What about the company, Jenkins? And don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll be fine. What? My job here is done. But you didn't do anything. Marathon will fix everything, sir.
Marathon will fix everything.
Lord Bungo, away! Are you okay? Sir?
I guess I could try out Marvel Rivals. But all this ranting about Bungie has made me hungry. So first, let us ride to Greg's.
I thought your Bronco got impounded.
That's fine, I still got the McLaren. Now, come on.
What are you playing there, Skeletor?
Oh, this. I'm playing Destiny Rising. It's the same game, but the devs actually give a shit.
I mean, that's cool and all, but do you have to do that whilst you're driving down the highway?
What? It's fine. Besides, if I'm going to play Destiny 2, I'm going to play the version of the game that actually works. Soon Gwen will be mine. No! No!
Oh, that was good. That was good. That is great. My oldest videos? That's from my other channel, right? That got abandoned a long time ago. Hey, how's it going, Secondary Protocol? Hey, Devastator. How's it going? Happy New Year to all the newcomers. Hope you've had an awesome time and an awesome Christmas. But that shit was funny. That was really, really good. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I like that guy. Let me put his link in chat. You guys should go check it out. Drop the guy a follow or a sub. Seeing this on YouTube. Really good shit, man. He does a lot of good work. Less of the bully. See. uh, Microsoft partner dropped on an Asus vid. Is it Xbox related? But this one over here, right? Sony says there is no major risk of players choosing PC gaming over a PS5, even if the PS5 Pro is $700 and the base console got a price hike in some regions. So they're saying there is no major risk of players choosing a PC. So if that's the case, why aren't they going day and date right now? Like, serious question. If they are serious about them not being threatened by the PC market, or that people will pick a PC over a PS5, why aren't they going day and date? Feature-wise, I agree. I mean, clearly they see the PC market as a threat. They do. Because their actions say otherwise. Their actions say, we fear the PC market. Because if they didn't, they would be already day and date. That is the reality. I mean, Devastator has a good point there, PS5. He does. And Sony's strategy is changing almost as wildly as Xbox's one. They can't stick to a certain decision. Like I said, the past few years they've gone from no games coming out on anything but PlayStation to now it's case by case, and games coming within a year. I mean, Tarnished, I agree. It's literally just projection at this point. Xbox isn't going anywhere. They will have a console as long as there's a demand for it. At the end of the day, there is no nonsense. You know I'm speaking the truth. If they're not afraid of PC, why aren't they day and date? Clearly, they're not afraid of their PlayStation players going to PC, so it's not going to impact their revenue stream. That's what they're saying there. There's no major risk. So why aren't they going? They've got 6 to 8 first-party games landing this year. I don't see them dead. I don't. What I see is a lot of Cope, James, Act, because that's who you are. It's really weird why you don't use your actual proper name on X. You believe by PS6 they will? I think you're going to see, by PS6 100%. But I think you're going to start seeing that shift already from this year. it won't be everything. And as Herman Holst himself said, games will be going day and date to PC on a case-by-case basis. So he's already telling you that their games are going day and date on a case-by-case basis. Not the whole slate. Not yet. But he's already telling you. He's preparing you that it's happening. Whether you like it or not. It's happening. Nah, they're worried about that. Right now, Sony is still holding on to that old model, which is fine. There's no problem with it. But their shareholders are probably telling them something different right now. Because games like, what is it? Helldivers 2 being a big success for them would have raised eyebrows for shareholders. They like money after all. Not you, James. I was talking about Slimy.
Devast8 or 2000 tipped $5 through Super Chat. TBH, people abandon PlayStation when they experience the features on Xbox and PC, which is funny to watch. Sony also hates money, also XD.
Yeah, like you're seeing that Bruv's guy, Eli, and apparently him having fun on Xbox got him to get a lot of hate. I mean, they were already threatened by this one dude jumping to the other side, that they had to start sending him hate mail and stuff like that. It's a bit cringe. But thank you for that $5 super chat, dude. I appreciate it. Oh, then my apologies. I take it back. I actually genuinely thought he was James Act. I was wrong, and I apologize. No, not you, James. But yeah, I mean, clearly they are worried. It's irrelevant to you, but it's relevant to 30 million other people. And last I checked, 30 million is a big number. I mean, technically I could buy a PS Portal and play PS5 games without a PS5. Just putting it out there. You don't need a PS5 to play PS5 games. You just need to go buy yourself a £150, £200 Portal, and you can play PS5 games without a PS5. There's no need for a PS5. Oh, I guess there's nothing to that one? Okay. It's still playable, Devin. Yeah, the Portal now works without the PS5. You don't need the PS5. You can play it without it. I mean, Xbox Division is now earning more than Windows. But it's irrelevant, folks. It's irrelevant. Clearly, these fans have, these ponies have, hedge funds in all sorts of places. 600 billion is nothing to them. No, it's not a PlayStation. It's just a device. It's not a PlayStation 5 console. Or wait, Slimy, are you now admitting? Hold on, chat, hold on. Are you now admitting that Sony is padding their PlayStation 5 numbers with the PlayStation Portal? Because if it's a PlayStation and a console, what you're saying now is that 65 million consoles is being padded by the Portal. So what you're saying is your godfather is now fabricating and lying and misleading everyone with false information. You can't have it both ways now, dude. Which one is it? Are you saying Sony's lying to all the PlayStation fans and the media and everyone else, or are you now fabricating it out of the back of your ass? One of the two. You walked into this one, not me. So which way does it go? Are you now making shit up, or is Sony lying? It's one or the other. Nope. Are you lying, or is Sony lying? Which one is it? One of you is lying. Which one is it? And by the way, you walked into this, right? I didn't say it. You're the one that came up with it. So, are you lying, or is Sony lying? I just want to know which one of you, who you think is lying. Is Sony lying to their customer base, or are you just lying on stream? But man, that Lenovo Xbox console, the Lenovo Go 2 Xbox console, the Asus ROG Lenovo console, the Steam Deck Xbox console, man, they're doing good. They're doing good. They're doing good. Late? I'm not late today. It's not a console. But if you're saying it's a console, then that means Sony is lying about how many PS5s they sold. So either you are trying to now play mental gymnastics to protect your precious Sony, and you're actually making yourself look more and more stupid now the more you dig down this rabbit hole. My advice would be just to stop and move on. You are factually wrong in this one. So you would, I don't know. The Portal is a console. The Portal is just a remote play device, dude. So that means my mobile phone is a console, yeah? Is that what you're saying? My mobile phone that can remote play my PlayStation is a console. Yes? My tablet that can remote play my PlayStation is a console. Yeah, you're not making any sense, dude. You're not making any sense. You're grasping for straws. You messed up on that one. That one. You ended up in a losing battle on that one. But LG TVs are now getting native cloud app usage. And for the really old ones, they can actually now play through the browser, which is really cool. So Samsung have no longer got the exclusivity deal. That is actually gone. It no longer exists. They had it for a long time. But the exclusivity deal with Samsung has now gone. And you'll be seeing more and more TVs get the native Xbox app to play cloud games. And from what I'm hearing, cloud gaming for Xbox is also changing. They're going to switch to the PC versions of the cloud to give better performance and better return on the games, considering your saves work regardless. That's a net positive in itself. So that's good. This is a good move. It just means xCloud gets to more places and not just Samsung TVs. And obviously LG is one of the more lucrative TVs with their OLEDs because everyone loves the C series when it comes to LG. So it was always surprising why LG wasn't part of the actual program. Interesting enough. So Microsoft has refreshed the rewards with Xbox program, adds new quests, PC Game Pass integration, and more. So there are a host of new ways to actually earn your points now. For those of you that do go through the Xbox, my God, there's a lot of adverts here. That's a complete website takeover. But if I mute this, so this new structure now adds a complete change. They took away one of the most annoying features of the Microsoft Reward program, which was essentially you had to get an achievement every day to get certain points and certain goals. They took away the annoying challenges, and they've actually made it a lot more palatable. And you're technically essentially still getting the same amount of points throughout the month as long as you keep the streaks up. So as long as you're playing games, you're happy. And now you get PC rewards as well. So I think this change is actually pretty good. It's definitely for the better. I know some people might not like these, but for those that do and take part in this, it may look like you're getting less, but as it was shown to me and proven to me today, you're not actually getting less as long as you keep up the streaks. You're actually getting the same thing, which is really, really good. Like I said, the most annoying one was achievements, and with that being gone, it's definitely a net positive in my eyes.
Devist8 or 2,000 tip $2 through Super Chat. Unlike Sony, Microsoft points don't reset each MNTH.
EA Play, that's because they're not Game Pass, are they? It has to be a Game Pass game. Thank you very much for that $2 Canadian. I didn't realize PlayStation points reset every month. That's not cool. Look at the pony David moaning about Xbox. Look at Chille trying to defend the blue corner. Yeah, but like for example, I really like playing Starfield, and I can go for hours on end without getting an achievement. Oh, so now you're poor shaming people now. You're trying to call people poor just because they go through a programmed thing. So you don't use any like supermarket points or anything like that yourself. You don't use any discount codes or anything. Dude, you are a natural piece of shit. And I'm just gonna mute you now. I don't want anyone like that to have any voice in my channel. That is disgusting. You are a piece of shit. Never shame people like that. It takes a peasant to know one. Goodbye. It really does take a peasant to know one. You are a natural piece of shit. That annoys me. Don't look down on people. Just because you've got money and others don't, you're going to look down on them just because they're not in a good financial state? The fuck is wrong with you? You fucking idiot. Don't bother coming back to this channel either. Fuck off. I don't need dickheads like you in here. Don't look down on people like that. The economy, no matter which part of the world you're in, it's in complete chaos. People are trying to do whatever they can to get by. So any form of benefit they can get, of course they're going to take advantage of it. And you're going to sit there and try calling people peasants? You pathetic insult to human race. Fuck off. That pisses me off, man. That triggers me. Don't do shit like that. I get there's trolling, but that's not it. It just really annoys me when people do that. Like, just because you might be in a good financial position, why does that have to mean that you have to look down on people that aren't? Slimy. Gaming. It's not on, man. It's not on. That sort of stuff ain't on. I don't tolerate that sort of shit. I don't mind PlayStation fans coming in here and having a debate. You know, if they're going to troll a little bit, that's fine. But the moment you make it personal and you start to undermine people, that's where I draw the line. Don't do that. So, apparently Virtuous is working on an unannounced remake using Unreal Engine 5, and apparently it could be Oblivion. Well, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. There's no real information other than the fact that they're working on it. This was also raised in my Discord today, which if you want to join, there's a link in the description below. Go check it out. Just don't be a twat in there and you'll be fine. That's pretty much the only rule. You know, it's the usual, you know, people from the blue side coming in and basically poor shaming people, and I've got no time for that this year. I've got zero tolerance for that this year. Last year I had a lot of tolerance. This year I've got zero tolerance. You want to do that, you're gone straight away. You don't believe that? I don't know. I'm not saying it is and I'm not saying it isn't. I just don't know which way. It's just a piece of news that came along and I saw it and I thought, you know what? Might be worth a thing. Might be worth checking out. Putting it out there. Codename Jaws, apparently. An Elder Scrolls game with modern engine. Right. What's going to happen to the creations kit? It doesn't. That doesn't kind of work, does it? Will the creations work? Because apparently they're using a new engine entirely, from what I've been reading. So if they're not using creation engine, then how are people going to use their mods? Why so serious? I have one. I have two, actually. Maybe three. I'm just a little more lenient than other channels. I don't instantly ban because, you know, as long as they're not being stupid and they are adding something to the conversation, providing, you know, they can have their opinion. And then I've got a right to rebuttal it. But the moment they start getting toxic, it's game over. They go. I don't even want to entertain it anymore. You're not yeah, but you're Brick. That's different. And I know you're not saying it in a way where you're looking down on people. Damn straight, Chille. Oh, Chille, how was your stream? Gaming, I've been looking at the 3S for a while. I'm looking at the 3S because that one uses the Fresnel lenses, and I know it's slightly a little. I think it's like what? It's just under 2K per eye, whereas the 3 is, but the price difference between the 3S and the 3 is eye-watering. It's like almost $200. And the 3S is it's really good for the price point. Effective got booted. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. Like, I don't understand why people have to jump into other people's streams and just start being toxic. Go to your PlayStation centric channels and do what you want there. That's going to happen. It goes up and down. You notice it more as a smaller channel than you would as a bigger channel. That's just normal. That could also be like accounts being deleted, Chille. People delete their Twitch accounts or stuff like that. So you'll also have bots that joined if you had a giveaway. And then those get cleaned out as well. So, you know, that's normal. So apparently, the logician is still believing that Stalker 2 is coming to PlayStation. Nice, 77 subs. Good shit, dude. Keep that content going. I see you've been pumping out quite a bit, although your upload speeds do make me cry at times. I see those upload speeds that you post. I'm grateful to the interweb gods that mine ain't that bad. Oh. Well, he believes that Stalker 2 is going to PlayStation. Despite the fact that the developers said it's not happening. Apparently when Wukong devs say that they can't do something, it's legit. But when another dev says something that isn't going to PlayStation, it's made up. It's fallacy. They're just saying that for the sake of it. It's not true.
Now, I don't know why Screen Rant is saying it's a rumor. It's not a rumor. We have an actual document that it's a 3-month exclusive. They recently said they have no plans on PlayStation. All right, hang on. Stalker 2 dev, no plans, PlayStation. That was the exact phrasing.
He can't accept it.
The director revealed that there are no plans to port Stalker 2 to PS5 anytime soon. In fact, it doesn't seem like a port is in the works at all. That's odd. Why would you sign a 3-year exclusive deal? A 3-month exclusive deal if you're not making it for the other platform? That's weird.
Why is it weird? It's already been documented and said at the GDC. Was it last year or the year before? They said that because of the way Microsoft supported them and helped them when the war broke out and helped them relocate very quickly. Them and their families, they said that at that point, as a way of showing gratitude, obviously time changes and things are always liquid. They're not bound to anything, but they said that they were going to keep it exclusive. So why is it weird? They're just reiterating what they said already over a year ago. They said the same thing at GDC. Now they're saying it again.
When asked whether they had any plans to port Stalker 2 to other platforms, he said, "We were fully focused on developing and now supporting PC and Xbox and Series X versions." He stuck to his statement and he replied by saying, "The PC and the Xbox Series X and S versions of Stalker are the only ones we have developed and are supporting."
That's it. If they've said these are the only versions we have developed, that means there is not a PlayStation port in development or developed at all. There's nothing. So it would have to start from the porting from scratch. There's nothing there. There's nothing. Now, whether it goes or not, I personally don't care. It's a third-party game. But why is he so upset and refusing to accept what the developer is saying? Remember, this is the same, these are the same guys that had the complete opposite effect when it came to Wukong. But now they're refusing to believe or listen to what the developer's saying. The publisher is saying.
Those answers sound like contract commitment answers. Did you hear how he phrased it?
See?
I don't know. These headlines are misleading.
So when it comes to the Wukong devs, it's one thing. But when it comes to the Stalker devs, you can't listen to what the devs are saying. Clearly, you can't listen to what they're saying. What they're saying isn't true. They're lying. They're just fabricating it. It's a myth.
We were fully focused on developing and now supporting the PC and the Xbox Series X and S versions. Okay. They followed up asking if there were about the rumors about the 3-month exclusivity contract, which isn't a rumor. It was a leaked document. And he doesn't comment on the document. He says, "The PC and Xbox Series X and S versions of Stalker 2 are the only ones we have developed and are supporting."
That's it. What more do you want him to say? There is no PS5 version in development. What I don't get is, why is it a problem? Why can't they take what the developer is saying at face value? They took the Wukong developer at face value. The Wukong developer said, "We don't have the experience or the know-how how to do it." Now, if Microsoft want to send people over to make it work and work their magic, whatever, then we can do something about it. But until that happens, we're not going to invest in more staff to make it work. And we don't internally have the know-how to do it. So we can't do it. We aren't experienced enough. And they're taking that and twisting it to something completely different. But now the developers, and over here they're telling you, there's no plans. There's nothing in development. And it's all a fabricated lie and a myth, and it's just been worded in a way to deceive.
That is not him saying that they're not bringing it to PS5 or have no plans.
They literally said they have no plans to release a PS5. That's not him saying that. What? What? We have no plans on a PS5 version. That's not him saying that there's no plans. I mean, Showtime, aside from that fact, he just read the developer's statement saying they have no plans for a PS5 version. And now he's saying they're not saying that they have no plans for a PS5 version.
That is a very, very corporate contract, abiding by the contract language. That's what that is. He's abiding by the contract. He didn't even comment on the contract.
Why does he need to talk about the contract? There's nothing in development and there's no plans. They've said that. It's literally a contradiction. You can't be this stupid. Like, he is so hurt that the developers have chosen, even if it is for the time being, to just completely ignore the PS5 version. He is so hurt by it. Just look at him. He is so angry right now. Look at that face. He wants to burn the screen with his eyes. The heat rays or something. Hey, Force1, how's it going? I just don't understand. I thought I'd add a bit of a reaction content into my streams this year. I know people like reaction stuff, so it makes for a bit more of an entertaining stream. As opposed, so I front load with a bit of news, and that's the format I'm going to go with. Then I'll toss in like a reaction throughout, and then do a couple of reacts towards the end of the stream and call it a day. And hopefully that will kind of entertain a bunch of you. That's why I'm doing it this way this year.
Looks like Xbox will still have exclusives. No, I don't think so.
He is so upset. He is so upset that Xbox has an exclusive. He is so upset. No, I haven't. Is this about the whole RAM thing? Because the Turk is right. Ugh. Fun. It's insane, right?
This is an old deal. This contract predates 2021, brother. Did you hear the one report I read from IGN? Look at this report. This is in the world of video games. This is ancient. As part of the internal Xbox documents acquired by The Verge, right here down here in the second paragraph, it'll be an Xbox console exclusive for 3 months in Q4 of 2021. This deal was signed like 2020, 2019.
Chat, can you read the second to last sentence? Keep in mind, he said Xbox has no exclusives. Keep in mind, he said Xbox has no exclusives. And then, just look at what he's written there. Just look at what's written. No way. Everyone knows no one talks about PC when it comes to exclusives. But again, there you go, moving the goalpost again. No one ever refers to PC. Everyone knows that.
That's ancient. That's 5 years ago. That's 6 years ago. They're not doing exclusives anymore. And I guarantee you, his answer is so corporate. He's like, he won't. You missed that one? Yeah, sorry. I didn't show it. I just read it, so it was easy for you to miss. That's old, man. They're not signing contracts like that anymore. I guarantee you. They're not spending money on exclusives. They're not limiting their own content to be exclusive. No way. If they want exclusives, they would have their own studios. Yeah, I don't think they would do that. Contracts can change. Well, right, but when he's asked about Stalker 2 coming to PlayStation, his answer is so not a direct answer.
His answer is, We only working on Xbox and PC versions. There is no other version in development, and there is no plans for a PS5 version. How is that a non-answer? How is that a non-answer? I mean, at this point, you have to question where the logic is. You have to question where the logic is. The developer is telling you there's no PlayStation version in development, and there's no plans for a PS5 version. What is difficult to understand about that?
He wouldn't speak to the contracts. So he completely dodges that part of the question, and then
there was no question about the contract. The 3-month contract was there. That was leaked and it was documented, but that's got nothing to do with this. They have openly said that there is no PS5 version planned or in development. And last year at the GDC, they also said that they've got no plans because of what Microsoft done for them. Now, in 5 years' time, if they decide plans change, business is fluid, things can change. Just like eventually Final Fantasy 16 is going to come to Xbox, and you've already heard Kitase say that he wants 7 to appear on Xbox as well. Things will happen. But right now, there's no plans. So you look at the here and the now and act on the information you've been given.
He's like, that's all we've done, or that's all we've been building, or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to port it.
Oh, so does this... Okay, so wait. Based on that logic, right? Does this mean that Spider-Man, God of War is going to come to Xbox? Because just because they haven't done it doesn't mean they're not going to port it. Can we use that same logic? So just because they haven't done it with Returnal, it doesn't mean that they're not going to port it. Just because they haven't done this with Horizon doesn't mean they're going to port it. Does he understand how stupid that logic sounds? Apparently, Brick, yeah.
That doesn't mean that you couldn't have another company port it as well. He's just speaking to what they
shit!
did.
Now he's saying that doesn't... So they're not going to port it. So does this mean that as long as Insomniac isn't doing the porting work to Xbox, they can outsource it to another company to do it, and that's okay? So now he's confirming that all PlayStation games are potentially now coming to Xbox? Is that what he's confirming here? Because it doesn't have to be from the official developers, right? It doesn't have to be from the parent developers. They can outsource it to another one and go around that way and say, well, we didn't say we were porting it. They're porting it. This is getting dumb. I think I'm losing brain cells here.
When did it release? What's the exact release date of Stalker 2? I can't remember. It was middle of November, wasn't it? November 20th.
It will, Force. It will.
December.
And
January,
that is going to be
February.
a very, very,
We'll know.
very funny day.
We will know. We will know by March, I bet. I bet once they're outside of the 3 months, all of a sudden they announce it, or it becomes known that, oh yeah, we're bringing it over.
Oh, this is definitely going into my receipts. That is definitely going into my receipts. That is oh, that is special. That is special. Not as special as this, but it is special. So I found that thing you was talking about, Power. So I don't know if he actually understands what page filing is. It's you don't really want to rely on page filing. Like I know it's a crutch, but you definitely don't want to be relying on page filing. So what's he saying? You think that is done, then all you are saying is the devs are worse. If he can get it barely below acceptable, so this makes you and worse. Black Myth Wukong on PC with similar specs to the Series S. Presented evidence showing the Black Myth Wukong could run on PC with roughly 7.7 gigabytes of RAM, which is within the Series S's memory capabilities. That's correct. What Black Myth is, what the developers are saying is they don't have the capability to do it. They suck. It's not that it can't run, they just suck at making it run. That's it. That's it. James X's argument was centered around the idea that the game's optimization for the Series S would require significant work. No, that's not what it was. It's the developer said, we don't have the experience and we need a number of years under our belt before we can actually do that. If someone like id Software or Machine Games were actually doing it, they would have a much easier time because guess what? They have experience. This is Game Science's first game and it is an unoptimized mess. So, you know, it doesn't surprise me that it is the way it is. When it launched, it had memory leaks everywhere. Even on PC, it was crashing all over the place. It was almost, you know, it wasn't really playable on PlayStation when it first launched. So, no, he's wrong. Also, people fail to understand that when you're using that metric at the top, when it shows you all the stats, that just shows you the total allocated memory that is available for them to use. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to use all of that memory. Some levels will use less, some levels will use more. And if it tries to use more than what's allocated there, you have what is called a memory leak. But man, that guy was special. But yeah, James X generally has bad takes. Read the other images. Which one? These? It runs, doesn't prove performance. If the game doesn't crash, that doesn't mean it's hitting decent frame rates or stable performance. It would run 30 FPS without that much of a problem. I don't feel that it would have much of a problem running at 30 FPS. And if it dipped a little bit, who cares? It's a Series S at the end of the day. You're not expecting miracles. Not you, James. This James. You've got the same name. I can't help it. This guy. This isn't you. You're fine. I've not seen you say anything out of turn, dude. You're perfectly fine. Carry on as you are. He's ignoring key architectural differences. PC games are developed to handle variable hardware by dynamically dropping texture quality. Yeah, but don't forget, right? This Turk is using 4 gigabytes of memory, right? On the machine, and then 6 gigabytes of VRAM. Windows is using 2 gigabytes of that memory, so you're already down to 8 gig. Now, if you allocate another 500 meg or a gig to page filing, system resources already is down to, your RAM resources is already down to 7 gig. And if it's running fine at 7 gig, guess what? It means it works. They're completely discounting the fact that the OS for Windows is a RAM hog. It's basically a bunch of people who think they understand how PCs work when they don't actually understand how PC works, and then they make themselves look really stupid by trying to be smart when they're actually not really that intelligent, and they're relying on hearsay and what other people are saying and the misinformation from others, and then trying to use that as fact. It doesn't work that way. You know, it's just, you'll just play Wu-Chang. Honestly, I think at this point, with the whole Wukong thing, the hype for it has long gone. You only see PlayStation fans now posting pictures of it because it's not on Xbox. That's it. That's it. That is literally it. What's my dude MBG saying? I haven't reacted to a video of his in a long, long time. I actually forgot he existed, to be fair, until I saw him on Alex's stream when Alex lost his complete shit. I don't even know which video it was. It was like 3 a.m. at that point. I was phasing in and out of reality. But I do know that this guy can have some really, really weird takes. I mean, Devin, you know, we've kind of accepted Devin for who he is. You know, he jumps into Discord chats and he neighs. When he jumps into Xbox Live chats, he just constantly, you can hear him licking away at the sugar cubes. We've accepted him. It is just what it is. Devin is a special case. On the React, Chille's a super special case. MBG is realistic. Let's hear what he has to say.
This is a little bit. I mean, I don't know. It's not necessarily relevant to the super chat that I'm responding to. I think it is to a degree, and maybe you understand like where I'm putting these two things together. But you guys just saw the whole situation that unfolded with Black Myth Wukong, right?
Yep.
And it's like Sony could Sony could shut a lot of people up very, very swiftly and very easily.
I agree. They could. And do you know how they could shut them up? By just coming out and saying publicly, and I even tweeted this, by the way, if they come out and say, we have no, exclusivity or contractual agreements with Game Science, this is their own doing, we have nothing to do with this. If they came out and just said that, everything would go away. All the arguments and the debates, the money hatting and all of this would go away. That's all they need to do. But let's see. That's my, that's the logical cause. But let's see what he's going to say.
But they're not. And because of their silence, because of their refusal to acknowledge what's being said and what's going on, it allows it to fester. Where
I agree. 100% agree. And do you know why they're not coming out and saying anything? Because the word PlayStation is being used, and that increases SEO, and that makes it trending, and then that brings brand awareness. Even if it is in a positive or negative light, it doesn't really matter. It brings the word PlayStation in front of more people. So they're willing to ride it out for the SEO. That's the only logical thing that I can think of. But, you know what? MBG here is right. Credit where credit's due. If Sony came out and said, we had nothing to do with this, this whole situation would be done.
it's like, It is abundantly clear. It has been made abundantly clear. If you have any sense whatsoever, if you have any common sense and you know anything about the video game industry, if you know an inkling about the video game industry, you know there is no exclusivity deal for Black Myth Wukong with Sony. There is none. That's not a thing. This game, Sony did not pay to make this game an exclusive.
The problem is you can't prove that. There could be multiple different things that could have taken place. Maybe it wasn't done for the money-hatching reasons that normally take place, but it's not unheard of companies turning around and saying, we'll send you help to make this game work if you'll give us preferential treatment. And that can happen. It's happened in the past. I've seen it. Not saying that's what's happened here, but again, all of this whataboutism can end if Sony just come out and make a one-sentence statement saying, we did not have any exclusive contract or exclusivity deal with Game Science for Black Myth Wukong. That's it. That's all they need to do. It's not difficult, right? So the question is, why are they not doing this? Microsoft have come out and said they've heard that there are deals being in place. Microsoft has come out and said that. So why isn't Sony coming out and refuting it? Now, regardless of the whole Series S situation and the RAM situation and everything else, you've already had your competitor come out and say and accuse you of a deal. They're not getting involved with the deal. Deals are deals. If you are 100% sure that there is no contractual agreement in place, why would you not come out and make sure it's crystal clear that you're not doing that? That there is a thing. There are multiple reasons why that could happen, Bags. I, for example, do believe the devs are inadequate to do the job. I actually do believe them because it's their first game, and Unreal Engine 5 is not the best engine to start developing on. Let's be realistic. So I'm not saying that the developers here are lying. I'm just saying that the media and everyone else jumping, that are saying that there is a deal in place, all of this could actually blow over with one sentence. Right? They could blow it over with one sentence.
Exclusive game. They didn't. Like, that is just painfully obvious. But because Sony will not come out and say, we did not pay, we did not strike an exclusivity deal with this studio for this game. Because they won't say that, it is allowed to fester, like I said, and you continue to see people. It's like, well, if Sony didn't say it, then how do we know?
I mean, this is like the whole slate going. By the way, welcome to the stream, Bags, and a happy new year to you. And a happy new year to all the newcomers, by the way, to the stream. But this is like the whole slate going to PlayStation. No one has said it. Microsoft hasn't denied it. It's exactly the same situation. It's literally the exact same situation, but on a reverse scale. Although Microsoft has come out and said it's a case-by-case basis, so they've kind of taken that whole slate away. So they've at least made a statement to say, no, that's not the case. It is a very similar situation.
Game Science didn't deny it, so how do we know? Meanwhile, Game Science is over here saying, yeah, we're trying to develop the game for Xbox. Like, we've been working on it.
Which is why
but you still
I'm inclined to believe him.
See the narrative spin out of control where it's like, but what if there is a deal?
Yeah, because the seed has been planted, so the seed of doubt will be there. And it wouldn't be unheard of Sony to do such a thing. I mean, it's within their right to do it, if they wanted to. And I wouldn't say it's wrong. Microsoft has the same right to go and make a third-party contract and make a game exclusive like they did with Stalker, right? So I'm not saying third-party contracts are wrong. Third-party exclusivity. It is part of the business. But in this situation, the seed has been planted. The seed of doubt has been placed within the community. So that will always rear its head. Now, my position is I kind of do believe what the developers are saying, that they are inadequate to do the job. Now, the question I saw in chat was, wouldn't they have known months ago about this situation? Maybe, maybe not. The way Microsoft sells the overall way it works is the Series S just downsamples everything in order for it to work. And that's generally the case, right? The dev kits do downsample it to get it to a point where it works, but you still need to optimize. And if you have no optimization skills, if Coalition was making this game, 100% it would work on the Series S, without a shadow of doubt. But Coalition have the experience. The devs here don't. But in regards to the whole Sony money hat it, that seed of doubt was placed. And once it's placed, the only way for that seed of doubt to go away is for the party that's being accused of it to just come out and say, sorry, folks, no, there's no deal. That's it. Done. And it would all die. But they won't do that because, like I said at the beginning, they're enjoying the SEO, which is free advertising. And to be fair, who doesn't like free advertising?
We don't know, dude. Nobody said anything, so how do we know? And it's like, it's frustrating because it's like, Sony, you're making it difficult for, like, not just for yourself, but for anybody who's trying to, like,
By the way, I'm not making excuses for why it isn't on there. Like I said, I agree with the developers. They're just not experienced. So this isn't me coping in any way, and I know it's going to be clipped out of context. It is what it is, but I'm agreeing with him.
Not just seek the truth, but, like, present common sense. It's not Sony's job, to be clear. And I know I'm projecting that on them, but I think that this is part of the problem, man. Where, like, they just don't give a shit. Like, oh, look, everybody thinks we struck a secret exclusivity deal, and they hate us for it. Look at all those videos being made. Look at all those headlines being written.
The hack developers did that because they wanted the publicity. Speaking negative of Xbox will get them instant publicity. And they knew this from the previous people that did it. So that was all a publicity stunt. That was a whole bunch of bollocks. And I'm sorry, anyone that believes what the hack developers said, I've got a bridge to sell you. You should send me money. It's an invisible bridge. I will post it to you. Just give me your address. But I will post it to you.
Yeah, we could just tell them. We could just stomp it out now, but I don't give a shit.
The not true devs did the same thing. They saw what Hack did, and they piggybacked off it. At the end of the day, they tried to get publicity from it, and now they're releasing it on Xbox. Good luck to them. Who's buying it?
I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go count my money. And that, to me, has been kind of a theme.
I know, Devil. I'm not saying Sony cares. I'm saying that they can end it. See, what you're saying and what I'm saying are two different things entirely. I'm saying that they can end the debate entirely and say they had nothing to do with it. Whether they will or not is irrelevant to what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's all it takes to end.
With Sony this generation that I think is beginning.
Exactly, JB, there you go. It's all about the publicity. The fact that the PlayStation name is in the media, it's in the SEO table, it's being floated around Google. So when people search, it comes up as the first, second, or third search. that's more valuable to Sony than anything else. Well, to any company, to be fair, not just Sony. SEO is really important because if you have good SEO, you have good brand awareness, your brand appears in relevant searches or even in irrelevant searches that are closely resembling what you're searching for. So SEO is a really good marketing tool. And as long as people are talking about it and you're trending, and even if it is for the wrong reasons, I mean, you've heard the saying, there's no such thing as bad publicity, even though there actually is. But there's no publicity is bad publicity. You know, you've heard the saying. That's the reason why that saying exists, because people are talking about your brand. And as long as people are talking about your brand, they're not talking about your competitor's brand. That's the whole point.
It's not beginning, but slowly but surely, it's like death, not death. I don't want to throw these like exaggeratory terms out here, but the saying "death by 1,000 cuts," I feel like the cuts are starting to add up. Where it's like, Sony, look, man, I know it's not that big of a deal, and I know you have bigger fish to fry, and I know that you're just worried about the business side and doing your thing, but I do think Sony should get more comfortable, especially because of how insane things have become these days, where it's like people literally make shit up and it becomes true. It's not actually true, but you wouldn't know it because they just make it up and people run with it and nobody stops it.
That's the point. And they can stop misinformation quite easily.
And I just think Sony, because Microsoft is good at this, by the way, or at least they've been much better at it than Sony has, where when shit starts to get out of hand with Microsoft, sometimes it does backfire on them, but more often than not, they're out here trying to say something to be like, no, hold on. They're trying to control the narrative. I'm not saying it always works in their favor, but I would say more often than not, it does. And if they didn't try to control the narrative, I think the narrative would start to spin. I think that happened to Microsoft multiple times in the past.
Yes.
So I don't understand why Sony is taking this approach of just, we'll just let the bullshit fester. I almost start to think, does this benefit them in some way that I'm not aware of? Because
it does to a certain degree, because it shows that despite the bad or negativity that may come from this, their market dominance proves that it's not going to affect them. And they, even if it's not true, they're happy to go along with the lie. And it's okay. That's essentially it. It just shows market dominance. So it does benefit them in a certain way. Because as long as people are saying Sony are money hatting this, it means that Xbox is missing out. And if these are the type of games that you want to play, well then, if Sony is money hatting them, and that's what people believe, you're better off buying console A instead of console B, because that's where they're going to be money hatted and made exclusive. You see where I'm coming from? So this is actually not a bad clip that someone, I think it was Astro Cyborg that took. MBG's actually made some valid points, and I think it was Devil in chat that said he's realistic. He's actually making some really realistic. I know it's crazy, but he's making
because
some
I don't know why a company would just let this stuff continue to fester, knowing dude, you're losing people over this. You are actively losing people over this. I'm not saying it's a large amount of people, but I'm starting to notice, I'm just seeing it more often now where it's I'm just, I'm done. I'm not interested anymore. And I just can't help but think a part of that definitely has to be that Sony is just they just kind of have this attitude of okay, we didn't even hear you say that. We're not listening. There's a bit of tone. It seems like Sony's a bit tone deaf. And I'm not here to I'm not trying to make this we're going to just shit on Sony and PlayStation stream. Cause to be honest, it's not they're delivering in the way that I think matters most, which is, hey, guess what? You have a PS5, you can buy Black Myth Wukong. Yeah. That's going to be releasing in the PlayStation Store. And if you think about it, at the end of the day, that is all that should matter to Sony.
Some decent points there. He's trying to come back to Xbox. Again, Bags, you're missing the point. It's got nothing to do with Sony getting an exclusive. That's not the point that MBG is making here, and it's not the general consensus point that's being made. They did, and they came out and said it was free monthly. They monetized it for 3 months, Jordan, but they made that clear. It's been known for a while. They've not hidden that. Now the developer's coming out and saying that there is no PlayStation version in development. There's no plans for a PS5 version at all. That's different. But that information is public now and has been for a while. I mean, when Diablo, in the grand scheme of things, do you think these billion, trillion-dollar companies care about any of us? They don't. I mean, they care about the money I invest, but that's about it. They don't care about me. Where is Sony in all this? Sony's just staying silent. Sony's enjoying the free publicity that's coming their way. And honestly, I don't blame them. The media ran with something. Whether it's true or not is different. But there's no way to prove it until Sony comes out and says so. Then you think they would make a lot of money from Sony customers if they're... I mean, they've clearly made enough money and are happy with the money they've made. So they've deemed the release of Stalker 2 a monumental success. They are extremely happy with how many units sold. So what's it to me, you, or anyone else how much money they make? If they're happy with what they've made, it doesn't fall onto anyone else. I've never understood this. Oh, look, a corporation that's not going to give me a single penny is making way more money now, and that makes me happy. Well, if I'm not going to benefit from it realistically, why do I care? Why am I joking? As a gamer, all I care about is, does the game work? Day one? That's a big one. And is it a game that I enjoy? And that's it. I play games. That's why I have all formats. I buy every platform, so I'm never limited to any game. I don't sit there and say, will this game be on my platform? I don't sit there wondering when Mario is going to come over to PlayStation or Xbox. I've got a Switch. I don't sit there wondering when The Last of Us is going to go to the Switch or Xbox or PC. I've got a PlayStation. And the Xbox ecosystem has made it really nice for me to be able to play more Xbox games. Because my kid likes to sit down and play on my PC using Roblox all day. So I have to wrestle with him to get on my PC at the moment until we move and get his PC set up. Because his one is in storage. I mean, you can play it on Xbox anyway. Just play it through GeForce Now. GeForce Now is officially supported on Xbox anyway. So if you really wanted to, and your internet connection is good enough, you can try it out. You can try it out on a 4080 performing connection. I mean, you always have that option. If you really, really wanted to play it on your Xbox, you can play it through the cloud right now, without any hindrance. I do realize Black Myth Wukong was on PC. I bought it for my kid. I own Black Myth Wukong. I don't think it's a good game, but he enjoyed it. He said it wasn't as good as Elden Ring, but it was a decent game. He gave it a 7 out of 10. Again, PC doesn't factor into the exclusivity deal. Just like Silent Hill 2. They paid to keep it off Xbox, so it's a console exclusive. PC never has factored into this. It never does, and it never will. Right now, when people talk about games on the consoles that are exclusive, it's between the consoles. It's not between PC. But you are right. Once Microsoft released their hybrid, then all those games that Sony are paying for to keep off Xbox and put on PC day one, Xbox users will just play it through the hybrid and play it on their Xbox through Steam. So, whatever. It's not too far away for that thing to actually happen. I mean, I don't like Souls games anyway. So, I didn't enjoy Elden Ring. I didn't enjoy Black Myth Wukong. I did enjoy Life as a P. Life of P, I think it's called. I enjoyed that for a little bit. But I just don't enjoy Souls games. It's really that simple. So I don't enjoy them. My son wanted it, so I bought it for him. I got it on PC, and he enjoyed playing it. He ran it on high on his PC, ran it 60 FPS plus. He had a good time. Yeah, Lies of P was the one game I actually did enjoy. I really enjoyed the setting of Lies of P. I really enjoyed the setting. I never did finish it, and I keep going back to it. I just don't know where I'm going because it's been so long and I don't want to restart. So maybe one day I'll actually get my son to come and tell me where I am because he's finished it. Bleak Faith? No. I've never been an Armored Core fan. I played the previous ones. They were okay. I mean, if I find it on sale, then I'll pick it up. When I find it on sale, I'll pick it up. If I find it for like, I don't know, 15, 20 pounds, then it's something I'm willing to kind of buy to try out, but it's not a game I'm willing to pay full price for because I've not really been a huge fan of the series in general. But I have been looking out for a sale on Armored Core. So when it drops down to like £20, then I'll buy it and pick it up. Oh, you finished Space Channel 5 Part 2. Nice. I mean, if nothing else, at least I'm consistent with what I'm saying and what I do. I'm not flip-flopping. I'm not making, I'm not just making stuff up based on the day I'm streaming or based on the day that I want to make a statement. I'm pretty consistent with what I'm saying, and I will always be consistent. It's just it. Alright, so this one was one that I think Devastator wanted me to react to last year, and I never really got a chance to for multiple reasons. What, because it's on PC? Or because if that's the case, they money hated Silent Hill. Why is that on PC? They money hated Silent Hill, and that's on PC. So, or is that not the same thing? Silent Hill has a 1-year exclusivity deal. It will appear on Xbox after the 1-year period is up. Reacted Tencent. And, oh God, that's a dangerous topic. I'll need to check that video out first and then have a look at it. But it was this one over here that he wanted me to react to. Why am I actually excited about Xbox in 2025? Which is weird because he's never excited about Xbox. And I'm pretty sure after this one, he made 1 million Xbox is dead videos. But let's have a look. Bleak Faith is a mech game. It will... What, that Silent Hills exclusive? Okay, now you're just chatting shit. Okay. Okay, now you've just gone off the deep end. Now you're just trolling. Okay, so we've established that point. Okay, let's go.
Hey there, gamers. Droopcast Guy here, and today we're talking about the idea of Xbox, because currently they just had the worst year ever for the console. In the last couple...
Wait, so Call of Duty, Starfield, Hellblade, Diablo expansion, Stalker 2, Indiana Jones, Microsoft Flight Sim. The worst year ever? Okay.
Decades of Xbox existing, they've never had 12 months with so few games, such low Game Pass subscriptions. The console sales are actually in the toilet, but...
Again, I think it's made obviously clear Microsoft isn't focusing on the console anymore. They're going to have one. The fact that they're going OEM clearly shows you that their focus has shifted. I don't get the notion of why people are still focusing on the console sales. It's so weird. It's so weird. I don't know. It's crazy. Hey, Paul, thank you for that £5. Do you think that the PS5 PC day and date will be this year? And what do you think of hybrid Xbox happening at this point now? Oh, that was extremely
Paul Harris
delayed.
tipped £5 through Super Chat. Do you think that PS5 PC day and date will be this year? And what do you think of hybrid Xbox happening at this point now? 2026 has been rumored. Devist 8 or 2000 tipped $2 through Super Chat. Didn't Sony have like one game 4 flops this year?
Pretty much. But to answer your question, Paul, I think this year you are going to see a day and date game. I'm not sure if, I mean, people are going to say Siren doesn't count, even though it's a full reboot of the series. It was a PS3 game and it is made by Sony's in-house team, but they're going to say that one doesn't count, but it is already said to be day and date on PC. But I think you're going to see one game that's going to be day and date this year. They're going to slowly move it out on a case-by-case basis. They're not going to be full swing like Xbox for a number of years. I think that day and date is going to trigger. Now, if they see massive success with their games that they're trialing, then that will dictate how quickly they move to day and date. That's my opinion. Because at the end of the day, the shareholders run the company, not the CEOs. If the shareholders say they want it, they're going to have it. It's really that simple. And if they see that these games are doing insanely well on PC day and date, then that is going to change a lot of things. As for the hybrid Xbox happening, I think 2026 is going to be it. Is going to be it. It's going to happen in 2026. Everything's pointing there now. But Paul and Devastator, thank you for the super chats. I appreciate it. All right, let's continue with this bait of a video, because he's not that excited for Xbox because he's already lying out of his teeth. But okay, that's a poor choice of words. I retract that statement. Taz, thank you for the super chat. I wanted to join in on the super chats. Thank you very much for that $5, dude.
In the conversation about the console war, the idea of Xbox versus PlayStation, right now, Xbox has a more exciting plan for 2025 than what PlayStation is doing. And I think they're...
And here's the thing. How many Xbox fans out there still say that there is a console war? In fact, in chat, let me do a poll. I want to do a poll. Just a quick poll. Simple poll. Yeah. Let's continue.
There is a good chance that Xbox has a secret weapon in mind. I want to talk though. Let's discuss why I am actually and honestly extremely curious and excited for next year when it comes to Xbox. But let's dig into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe.
This is coming from, 40 videos of Xbox is dead? Now he's excited for Xbox? Oh, God, Devin. Thank you very much for that membership, Devin. I appreciate it. Concord. I mean, we know you love Concord, dude. You bought 3 copies. You don't have to publicly shame yourself.
If you haven't already. Now let's begin with some numbers, right? People get a bit upset when I talk about how bad Xbox is doing, as if somehow this is my fault. People get mad when I read numbers, like this is Matt Piscatella of Cisna. These guys have raw metrics as to the success, the sales, the numbers, and yeah, Xbox is literally measurably in a very bad spot. They have actually just broken their own record for how low sales are getting. So
and yet financially, the software side is doing the best it's ever done. And again, it's overtaken Windows as number 3. It's never going to overtake Azure and, the data side of things. They're going to remain Microsoft's main form of income for the for the predominant future. But the third spot is the one that's up for grabs, and they've taken it. And they're not just scraping past Windows; they are a good chunk ahead of Windows at the moment. So, are they really doing as bad as people say they are? I don't know. You tell me.
Last year, they were already down an incredible amount, and the numbers have gone down from there. So, literally, we're at a point where Xbox sales, they really can't go lower. I mean, we're in the fractions of a percent here. Things are getting abysmally bad. But when it comes to Xbox, their whole thing is, it's not about the console, it's about Game Pass. We're the Xbox Game Pass brand. We're just trying to get you to subscribe, and as long as you're signing up, then we still consider that a W. But that experiment, that idea, it hasn't really been working out definitely as much as Xbox expected. In fact, I like this Forbes title here. Xbox Game Pass is running out of wells to dig up new subscribers. Because, yeah, Xbox is in a strange spot because the original idea was, okay, buy an Xbox and then you don't have to buy games, right? You get Game Pass and you get every game, like every first party. Yeah, you got to buy some third party, but if you get Call of Duty and Indiana Jones and Flight Sim and Gears of War, that'll keep you pretty happy, right? Well, it turns out
I mean, it would.
that idea has not been working because people aren't buying an Xbox. If people aren't getting an Xbox, it seems like very few people are getting Xbox Game Pass, even if it is for PC. But what's crazy is that whenever I talk about how bad Xbox is doing, a lot of times people say, well, it's not the end. Xbox will continue to exist.
They will.
And I think that is correct. But even though I see talks, right now there is some rumblings that Mark Cerny is currently working on the PlayStation 6. There is talks right now that a new guy is currently in charge of making the next Xbox. I don't think this comes down to next gen. I think this comes down to the battle to go in a different direction. Portable.
Oh, yeah?
But I'm getting ahead of myself here. So, the original inspiration for this video is that I have seen this interesting groundswell of hype for the last 2 months. People talking about Stalker 2 and Indiana Jones releasing in November and December. And people are saying it's really weird that this is so good after the worst year ever. In fact, I've seen people saying, like Stalker fans saying, it's insane. They released this game and they keep patching it. They keep updating it. Now, I'm a Stalker hater. I don't like survival games. Even if Stalker 2 is the best game ever, I know a lot.
Don't even think about it, chat. We are not the same. I didn't mind Stalker. We are not the same. Before anyone in chat even consider saying it, don't you even go there.
A lot of fans are happy with it. Anytime there is a game that I have to eat and pee in a bottle and stuff, not for me, right? I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Not for me. But what I've been thinking about is 2025, because it is kind of interesting. Maybe I'm misremembering here. Maybe I'm having a brain fart, but I cannot think of a single time where I have seen more Xbox games announced with a release date, with a schedule, with hype, with deliverables, and PlayStation doesn't. Like, actually consider that, right? Sony did incredibly good this year. They sold a crazy, crazy amount of consoles. Yeah, they had Concord, which has got to be the most expensive financial failure ever in the
And Lego Horizon.
history of video games. But I do find it interesting that for 2025, what is PlayStation doing? They showed that cool trailer for Intergalactic, but that's coming out in 2027 is the rumor. So we're not seeing that for years and years, maybe 3 years from now. And honestly, people hate that trailer, so I know I'm alone to be excited about it. But when I look at this infographic,
Hey, music.
I do get excited. I get actually extremely curious in a way I haven't been for Xbox games in a very long time, right? Now, let's just get this out of the way. These games are all coming to PlayStation. Every single one of these, even if they don't currently have a release date, are all coming.
So, Avowed has no information about going to PlayStation. South of Midnight has no information about going to PlayStation. Fable has no information. The only games here that are going to PlayStation are Doom and Outer Worlds. There is no basis where he can 100% say that Fable, South of Midnight, and Avowed is going. So, I don't understand that logic. I mean, I know he wants Xbox games on PlayStation, because clearly Xbox games are superior, but that doesn't mean that they're actually going to go there.
Coming to PlayStation. Every single one of these, even if they don't currently have a release date or a schedule or a window, these games are all coming to PlayStation. There is
no
already
proof
a
of
bunch of leaks from all the biggest Xbox leakers that Microsoft pretty much got told, hey, this stuff, if it's going to be profitable, we got to branch out. We got to put it on PlayStation. So the Outer Worlds 2 trailer already...
That's not true, but go ahead.
Already has a PlayStation 2 logo on it. Doom the Dark Ages has already been confirmed for PlayStation, but let's just be hypothetical here, right? They released Indiana Jones this year. Came out just a couple weeks ago. It's extremely good. If you haven't played it, Indiana Jones is 10 out of 10 fantastic. I hate Indiana Jones as a character. I don't like the movies. I love the game. But it's been interesting to me that...
That is so weird. Because the game is pretty much a true homage to the movies. So how can you hate the movies but like the game? That is so weird.
Indiana Jones came out on Xbox. A couple months later now, it's coming out on the PlayStation 5. And I've already said this, but I'm going to double dip. I'm definitely buying that on PlayStation 5. I might even review it again on PlayStation 5 just for the laughs. But let's say they do that with all of these games. Let's say even these games, they release it and then say, hey, in 100 days, it's coming out on PlayStation 5. I do think that if these games are hyped, if they're properly conveyed, if they're marketed real hard, I think there is an interesting idea if they even say, hey, get it on Game Pass today or get it in 6 months on PlayStation. I do think this might help entice people to at least look into getting an Xbox. Or even if they don't get an Xbox, it might entice people who have a gaming PC to look into PC Game Pass. Now, I think the reason this is interesting is that I think there might be
I mean, outside of Phil Spencer actually saying that is one of the reasons why they ported games, so he's basically just regurgitating what Phil Spencer said. Okay.
A bigger demographic than you would expect of people like me, where I have a gaming PC, I've got my PlayStation.
Oh yeah. He's See, I'm about to say the same thing again, and I don't want to because it's in bad taste, so I'm not going to say it. But he's lying. Out of his, and I'll just stop the sentence there.
5, and I've got my Xbox, right? If a game is really good on Game Pass, I buy it on PlayStation. I've done this multiple times now. And in this case, I have already gotten to see some top secret gameplay for Doom the Dark Ages. I made a video talking about that, but I was at QuakeCon 2024. They locked the doors, they made us put our cameras away, and they showed us like 8 minutes of absolutely insane gameplay. Doom the Dark Ages looks like it might win Game of the Year 2025. It actually looks that good. If that game comes out first on Xbox, and then they say, hey, this is coming out in 3 months, 6 months, whatever, on PlayStation 5, you bet your ass I'm going to play that on Game Pass. Right now I'm not subscribed to Game Pass. I will sign up to Game Pass, beat that on my Xbox, buy it again on my PlayStation, and then platinum it on my PlayStation. Although, I'll be honest, the other Doom games have really tough platinum. So maybe I won't platinum it, but I'm curious how many people would double dip. If your primary place to play is the PlayStation, then these games, if they look good, you're definitely going to pick them up, right? But I almost think that what Xbox...
I virtually almost never double dip. Ever.
...should do is brag more, right? I've talked about this, but I feel like part of the success of Sony, of the PlayStation 4 specifically, was that they would brag. A game comes out, Shadow of the Colossus remake, or Uncharted, or God of War, or Spider-Man 2018 with its incredibly good DLC and stuff like that. And they would say, hey, here's our big game. Here's our crazy release. Here's why you should be excited about our console, right? I feel like Xbox doesn't do that. Their stupid campaign of, this is an Xbox, your phone is an Xbox, your Nintendo Switch is an Xbox, that does not convey, hey, this is an Xbox, and it shows games. I hope that...
So, this is an Xbox campaign is not for people like me. It's for those that don't want a console, but want to be able to game on the move, or just casually on their TV and stuff like that. It's to bring brand awareness that the games are no longer confined to a single platform. And it's very interesting to see how a lot of people don't understand that concept or that knowledge, or just have zero marketing knowledge on why the advert was so actually good at what it was intended to do. A week after that campaign came out, Microsoft released an ad campaign for, it wasn't as flamboyant as that one, but they released videos and stuff of, for Xbox console specifically, but none of the media picked that one up because that actually highlights Xbox. So we won't even get into that. But this one they picked up for obvious reasons because it was easy to dog on it. But the reality is that campaign actually brings about awareness. I've had people at work who don't know that you can play Xbox games on your TV that were telling me at the time, when the campaign went live, this is really cool. I can play this on my TV. And I said, yeah, sign up to Game Pass and you can give it a try. And they were really surprised by that. They've got a decent internet connection. They don't do esports. So normal games are just perfectly fine. But it got them onto the platform. And that's the people it's targeting. It's targeting the people that don't know, that aren't really brand aware. For people like you and me, this campaign made absolutely no difference. It meant nothing because we are aware, but it was never meant to target that. And the reality is, he's just proven how inept he is at marketing, because he's just trying to go around this point by not even understanding what the campaign is about. And yes, I do some marketing at work, so I do understand the business behind it. I do understand the message that goes with it. Now, I will say that the campaign was a little flawed because you can't play your backwards compatibility, so there is a bit of, flaw in that this is an Xbox. But it's where they want to get to, and all they're trying to do right now is get people to dip their toes in, put their foot in through the front door, and then let the games do the talking. It's almost like gacha games, where they want you to do that first pull, make that first spend, because that's the scary part. But once you break that fourth wall, it becomes a lot more simpler. Once you experience it for yourself, it becomes okay. So that's what the campaign was for. But everyone thinks it was for Xbox fans. That campaign was all about brand awareness, making people know that they're no longer confined to a £500 console. There are multiple other ways that you can gain access to it right now without having to invest through the door. And if you want a native experience after that, there are options for that as well. Whether you go PC or Xbox, you have a choice. And that's the whole point. But it provides them with that information, provides them with that knowledge, with that awareness. Because at the moment, there is no awareness.
Microsoft does is cranks all these out. I hope these games don't suck, because God, that would freaking blow. But more than that, I hope that Microsoft actually hypes us up, because some of these games, they keep little drip feeding gameplay of South of Midnight. And I'll be honest, this looks pretty damn generic to me, but there's definitely been games that don't look fun, but definitely are fun. I am just saying, I want to see what Microsoft does. And I think they have a chance to do a cutoff. I think they have a chance to actually be ahead of the curve with PlayStation, and in a way that could actually be a very big moneymaker. So this is the Steam Deck. I did not love PC gaming for the longest time. Even when I had a good PC because I was editing videos and stuff, I didn't really play on my PC. I would play specifically, I would always play either on my Xbox or I'd play on my PlayStation. All my friends got PS5, so we'd all play games together, right? But
makes sense.
This Steam Deck really opened my eyes to ease of use. The fact that Steam games automatically have cloud saves, they have automatic button configurations, they have, honestly, this thing is insane. You can also program it. I've got mine completely filled with ROMs. I've got mine so I can play Super Nintendo. I can play the original.
Oh shit! Someone do not give this video to Nintendo. My dude is just saying, hey Nintendo, I'm over here, buddy. My dude is openly trying to get sued. Maybe that's why he needs the 16 grand. Maybe this is the real reason. Maybe this is the real reason why he needs that 16,000, because Nintendo is after him. Oh my god, what a dumbass. Look, we all say how Sony is this, or Microsoft is this, or Tencent is this. My dude, the worst out of all of them is Nintendo. Nintendo by far is the king at being the scummiest company on the planet. They make Sony, Microsoft, Tencent combined look like amateurs. And you're going to come out and say this? Come on, man. What is wrong with you? with you? Like, for the love of God, please do not show it on screen. Please don't show your ROMs on screen. Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Original Resident Evil on this. I mean, it is insane that you can have custom startup
Oh my
screens,
God, it's
actually have
showing
mine
it.
set up so that I can actually play. Like I see, there's Resident Evil 2, Rule of Rose, Parasite Eve, Vampire Survivors. I've got it set up so I can actually play PlayStation 5 Remote Play. This thing melted my brain. And
Take it easy, Punkalicious. Like, what is he doing? What is he doing? Why? 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 Why would you do this? He is really that stupid, pal.
and there is talks that what essentially they're about to reveal is a new version of the Steam Deck. Now, it's not directly made by it, but this thing is going.
They've said that they are making a new Steam Deck pretty much last year. Really early, in fact, at CES. They said, we are interested in making a Steam Deck 2, but it needs to be a technological jump from the first one before we consider it. Right now, we are still squeezing out performance from the original. The OLED version actually has better performance. It gives you like 10 or 15% better performance in frames. So because of the cooling and the way they rework the internals, still the same hardware, but they managed to squeeze out another 10-15% in frames with certain, with select games. But they said until they get a technological advance, they're not going to do anything. So we've already known. Why are people surprised that Valve is now making, talking about Steam Deck 2? They've known about this for ages. They've never hidden it.
Going to have the Valve Steam OS, so it's going to work just like the Steam Deck. It's got the Steam Deck co-designer. They're going to reveal this thing on January 7th, and Microsoft VP of Marketing Devices is going to be there. Recognize that name? Jason Ronald.
What time is this, by the way?
I think they're about to release what is essentially an Xbox handheld. Not the Xbox.
It's already been rumored that MSI are coming out with a handheld that's going to be shown at the Lenovo presentation that has an Xbox button and the game bar that boots into Xbox.
Handheld. There is talks that Xbox is making a handheld. I think this is a Xbox handheld. If this thing automatically has the exact same setup of the Steam Deck, but with even better graphics and built-in Game Pass, and they really hype that up and say, hey, this has cloud saves, you can play games on your Xbox, it automatically goes to the cloud, it automatically goes to this, the Legion, I think there is a good chance.
Oh, is that the case, Steve? I did not see that. Did you catch that AMD lie and Steam walked him out saying they don't know why AMD showed them in their keynote and they are not partnering with... Oh, really? That's interesting.
That people are going to start paying attention. Now,
Hey,
obviously,
Wayne's
that's
World.
still a hard
Happy
bridge.
New Year,
It's
my
not going to
dude.
be an instant wave your magic wand. But I'm curious to see how Xbox adapts to a rather hostile market. Once you start to get behind, it's difficult to catch up. And right now, Xbox is way, way behind. In fact, they even said that during the FTC trials, Xbox specifically, under oath on the stand, said, we lost the console war. They're never going to keep up. But I'm curious to see how much they can do in 2025 that is better than PlayStation and is more creative than PlayStation. Because let's face it, Sony would not make a deal like this. But these have just been some off-the-cuff thoughts. How do you guys feel about...
I mean, at the end of the day, Microsoft has picked its lane and it is going. And they're putting their eggs into this basket. And for their sake, I hope it works out. But the Xbox ecosystem works wondrously brilliant for me. I get to game more now than I've gamed in the past 3-4 years. Last year, I actually beat a record number of games compared to, 2022, 23, 24. So it's been good because I can play my games. I mean, I've got kids, right? I've got 4 kids. Well, 5 if you count the one in Cyprus, but living with me, I have 4. So they're around. They're either on the PlayStation, they're on the PC, they're on my Switch, they're on my Xbox, sometimes both the S and the X. So I have to kind of float around them because they're my kids. I'm not going to kick them off my machine. The only time I kick them off my PC is when I'm sitting down to make videos or do work or stream. So other than that, for me, their needs come first, like any parent would do. So in that regard, being able to game around means that I can just game more. I mean, when I checked my in-year with Xbox review, I had equal time on PC and Xbox in terms of game time. And that pretty much highlights just how much I've been bouncing between the two. So I would have gamed I would have gamed half of what I gamed last year if I couldn't jump around the different platforms to play these games. So it's definitely benefited me personally, and this direction just means I get to game more. So I don't see that as a bad thing. Though I'm not going to ever say that I am against exclusives. I am not. I am for exclusives. I think exclusives are a good thing. I'm old, God. I am part of the old generation. I will never say that it's a bad thing. Like I said, I will be consistent all the way. I am going to be consistent with that all the way. And this game that you're seeing on screen right now reminds me of Kenna Bridge of Spirits. And to say that this game looks bad, but Kenna looks good, is so weird. And Kenna was a beautiful game. It's on Xbox and PlayStation, by the way. If you haven't played it, you absolutely should. Really, really good game. But for people to say that this game looks trash or is no good or when they haven't played it, I mean, I know the anti-wokies are saying it because they got upset because Compulsion Games blocked them. So now they're out on full force. But it's weird. GeForce Now is getting there. I mean, I'm wondering when they're going to get native Xbox support, honestly. I'm surprised that it's not on there. But I'm still assuming that they're trying to do the integration with... I still think they're going to integrate it with Game Pass. But anyway, folks, it is past midnight. This is my first stream, so it went a little longer than I anticipated. We covered a lot of information. I appreciate every single one of you for being here. Thank you so much. It's been awesome. Thank you so much for the super chats. Thank you so much for the memberships. And, could be an Indiana Jones situation. Who knows? But hey, maybe have you guys seen the limited edition, the collector's edition Indiana Jones stuff being unboxed and stuff? Maybe I'll do an unboxing of that since I've bought it. But seriously, guys, thank you so much for appearing tonight. It means a lot, especially since I got the time wrong by an hour and then corrected it. But you know what? I appreciate every single one of you, pony or not. So, thanks so much. Peace out. And hopefully I'll see you guys on Thursday. And for those of you that like to see my stuff over at Twitch, I'll be live tomorrow over at Twitch around the same time. Right, folks, I'm out. Remain legend, folks, and have a good night. Peace out. Like and subscribe.